Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, guys from all over. Karibuni sana kwa hii show. Si tumewahata we. But I'm glad that we are back. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for staying tuned to this wonderful program. Today we are live in a special way. Today we'll even have a co-host. So stay tuned, relax, and enjoy this show. We have a great show for you, and I can guarantee you hii mtapenda wadau. This one you will definitely love. This one you must love. It's an interesting conversation we are about to have. The battleground has been drawn, the battle lines have been drawn, and it is now all full blown. Kila mtu kivyake, kila mtu ana fight kumpigia yule anaona anafaa. Why? Wase wa Ruto wana fight, wase wa Rao wana fight. We saw the war in parliament. And today, I think 2 days ago or 3, Osoro was fighting, and many were fighting with the governor of Kisii. Wadau, kanazidi kuwa kamoto. It's becoming interesting. It's becoming hot. I don't know what you think about what is happening, but hii story ya finance bill has made Kenyans be divided completely. It's now becoming interesting. I tell you for free. Imekuwa sasa moto kuliko vile imekuwa before. Right? I have a lot to share with you. Asante sana kwa kunijoin. Let me know where you're watching me from. Nijuze tu hapo kwa comment section. Like hii video kwa YouTube, like hii video kwa Facebook, na nitakuwa nasoma live wale wote wana like. Namuona Halima Aziz kutoka Kampala amefanya ile kitu. Asante kwa comment yako Halima Aziz, thank you so very much. Leleito Wesley amefanya ile kitu. Rashid Kiptum amesema ako ndani. Unasema karibu sana Mr. Maandamano. It's not me Mr. Maandamano. Raila Odinga Kalonzo Musyoka yesterday said maandamano lazima. Are you ready for it? Do you think it will really solve the issues, Ruto ametupush to a corner that maandamano is what will solve this. I don't know about you, but wacha tuwe na show about na discuss all this. I see Michael Mwachogu akondani anasema baba tunataka maandamano. I see you Kadabilo the Somali, I see your comment. I will do that. Thank you so much for your comment. Namwona Rashid Kiptum ametuma ujumbe unasema maandamano lazima. Gitash uko ndani unasema korogosho passes here. Gitash uko korogosho kweli, but anyway. A special pole to the people who market at Toy Market. Pole for the tragedy. We are sorry for your loss. Sorry for the property that was destroyed through fire. Here at Mtembe, we only pray for you that biashara zenyu zirudi and all will be well with you. We are sorry for all that happened through the fire. Fire, hey, it really destroyed lots of property yesterday hapo Toy Market. Lakini zaidi ya yote asante sana kwa kunijoin. Thank you for being part of this show. I see wengi wanatuma ujumbe. Namwona Julius Owor unasema Azimio. Oye from Kampala. Thank you so much. Eric Asindi, I see you. Unasema I'm watching from Machakos County, Mwala Sub County. Okay, karibu sana Eric. Namuona Gordon Waganga unasema mark me present from Sabaki past Mlolongo. Karibu sana Mr. Gordon. Namuona nani hapa Bramwell Machari unasema you are live from where? From Busia. Karibu sana. Zakayo lazima ashuke. That is what you're saying. Igesa George. Mwalimu Hesbon Peter unasema you're live from Ethiopia. Watu wa Ethiopia karibuni sana. Vinsa Ranks from Juja unasema you're live from Dubai. Oh, ni Vinsa Ranks Juja, but unasema you're live from Dubai. Karibu sana. Namuona Peter Siroka ako Ngong Hills unasema mko live. Karibu sana. Let me know where you're watching me from. Lakini zaidi ya yote wadau, like hii video, like hii video. I'll be reading those who are liking. Asante sana wewe ambaye una like. Asante sana wewe ambaye una like, wewe ambaye una watch. I'll try to read those who are liking, those who are watching, I'll try to be reading their names. We simko wengi, asante sana kwa kujoin hii video. Wale ambao mnanijoin kwa YouTube, karibuni. Wale mnanijoin kwa Facebook, karibuni. I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator, and today we have a great show lined up for you. And as I've told you, this one, this one you'll definitely like. Someone is saying, Ruto is not a leader. Okay. Huyo ni Elvis Ketheni anasema Ruto is not a leader. Do you agree with him? Let us know. How can you participate in this show? There are several ways to participate in this show. Number one hapo juu kabisa, top on the list, is by liking the video. Like hii video kwa YouTube, like hii video kwa Facebook. Asante sana wale wote ambao wana like. I see Mwangi Michael amelike, namuona Charles Ambani amelike, Peter Gashari amelike. Nani mwingine amelike hapa? Like the video from where you're watching me from. Let me know where you're watching me from. Emmanuel Mutai, asante sana. Unaniambia unanitazama ukiwa Athi River. Namwona nani hapa? Peter Sironka. Unaniambia Zakayo lazima ashuke, okay? Femela, I see you. Asante sana. Unaniambia you are live from where? Mombasa County. Karibu sana. Pinches, unaniambia hello, you are logged in from Nairobi. Let me know where you're watching me from. Caroline Sawa unasema I'm missing maandamano. Come rain, come sunshine, I must go. Karo amejichocha. Karo anadai maandamano is coming na ako tayari. Come rain, come sunshine, she's ready to be part of it. Do you want to be part of maandamano? Let me know. Nijuze hapa kwa comment section, even as I prepare you to join me live. Namuona Doni Vini live from Moranga, karibu sana. Namuona Emmanuel Mutai live from Athi River, karibu sana. Namuona Julius Hagohwe, unasema wewe unatoka wapi? Uko maeneo ya huyu ako Sarova Hotel. hapo Nairobi. Namuona Krui Lagat, unasema bottom up. Nakwambia hii ni ile show yako, show kali, show umekuja kupenda. Samahani jana hatukuwa live, na pia samahani pia kwa mshki ambao tulikuwa nayo Friday lakini tuko back, we are back, and we will be better and grow stronger and wider because you guys are there for us, na sisi pia tuko hapa kwa sababu yenu. Hii show kama kawa na washow ingi, si show ya Azimio. Hii ni show ya Kenya Kwanza ambao pia wana join. Hii ni show ya Azimio ambao pia wana join, so eventually inakuwa ni show ya kila mtu. Si show ya Kenya Kwanza peke yao, si show ya Azimio peke yao, ni show ya wasiata support hawa wasi wawili ama hizi teams mbili. Ni show yako. Namwona Alfona Smith unasema hello, from Philippines. Unasema Ruto is shameless. Sawa wewe. Alpolonas Smith unasema Ruto is shameless. Wadau, simko na comments sugu, lakini zaidi yote like hii video hapo kwa YouTube, like hii video hapo kwa Facebook. Try to make this show a great show. Why? Because this is your show and I am your host, Jakes the moderator. Karibuni sana. Tunawakaribisha nyote ambao mnajiunga nami, na kujiunga nami studio si ngumu, kupitia link ambao ninakutumia sasa hivi hapo tu kwa comment section. Hiyo link itasoma Mtembei live, Mtembei Facebook, Mtembei YouTube, Mtembei YouTube na Mtembei Facebook, sorry. Ukisha click any of those depending mahali unatuachia, itakutuma moja kwa moja hadi hapa mahali nilipo. Ukishaingia hapa unafanya nini? Unaingia kwa hiyo StreamYard ambapo utawasha kamera, utawasha mic, alafu unajikuta uko wapi? Ndani ya show. Ndio hizo nimekutumia hapo chini, hapo tu kwa comment. Mtembei live, Mtembei TV, Mtembei official, Mtembei Facebook. Hizo ndio link unazitumia, alafu unajikuta umekuwa mmoja wa wale ambao wanaingia kwa show. Na mwana Jeremy Mdengo unasema Kenyans have failed for themselves and their mistake is to fail to listen to wise men like Uhuru Kenyatta, tell them that next time it's not to tell them that next time not to repeat the same mistake. Jeremiah Mdengo anasema wewe ndio ulijikosea, wewe ambaye uliamka asubuhi ukaenda ukapiga kura, wewe ndio ulijikosea. Do you agree? I don't know, do you agree? Lakini sasa hiyo ndio yote karibu kwa show. Welcome to the show. Welcome to this live broadcast. It's happening here at Mtembei TV. At Mtembei TV, we are discussing several things. Yesterday, Raila Odinga in a barrel said that William Ruto has failed to honor most of his pledges. William Ruto has failed to be the president he promised Kenyans he'll be. One, if you remember, while they were creating Kenya Kwanza, what do we call it? Kenya Kwanza agreement, ilikuwa ni Musalia na jamaa anaitwa Wetangula wangepata 30% of the government. Watu wa Western, nyinyi mlipewa 30%, right? So yesterday alisema ya kwamba William Ruto the first place alifail ni kuto honor his pledges. Aliambia wajamaa Musalia na Weta, mkinisaidia kupata a certain percentage from your area, which I don't know if walifikisha, you have be the judge of that, mtapata 30% ya hii gava. But Rao anadai vipi? Anadai kwamba Ruto has only been appointing members from only selected families, right? Or not families, rather communities. So he was saying ni kana kwamba alishort circuit wajamaa wa kina nani, wajamaa wa Kenya Kwanza, akina Musalia na Weta. Akarudi akasonga mbele kidogo, akasema vipi ya kwamba you know what, huyu jamaa alisema ataanzia pale chini, hapo chini kwa mama mboga, hapo chini kwa mtu wa mkokoteni, hapo chini kwa wewe na mimi ambaye tunaweza jiita walalahoi ama ni walalahai sijui. Lakini ni kana kwamba alisahau pindi tu alipoweka Biblia chini, semi ambazo walikuwa anasema atafanya, kushukisha bei ya unga bado. In fact wakasema itashuka na wakatuambia mahindi imekam, na mahindi kakam, sijui kama uliona ikikam. Alafu tukaambia mahindi itashuka, or rather bei ya unga itashuka, na tukaambia itashuka to 150. Ikauzwa siku 2-3, lakini saizi kupata hiyo ya 150 sijui kama unaipata hiyo base yenye huko. Kama unaipata pale ulipo, let me know if you are getting some of the promises that Ruto promised, because inaweza kuwa ni Rao apati, but wewe mzalendo, wewe ambaye ni Mkenya, wewe ambaye ni hustler, wewe mwana Azimio, labda you are getting these things. Maybe hizi services ni sisi hatuoni. You know, sometimes people wa kugeneralize useme Kenya mzima hiyo unga hakuna, labda mahali wewe huko hiyo unga ya 150 iko among myriad of other promises. So ma promise zikakuwa promise after promise after promise, lakini nikana kwamba baada ya kuahidi bingu, jamaa hakuahidi bingu, hakutuletea bingu. Sasa ikakuwa kwamba Raila Odinga pamoja na Kalonzo Musyoka ambaye pia alikuwa Ukambani jana katika mazishi ya I think ni relative wa jamaa anaitwa Mike Sonko, akasema ni kama watu wamemiss tear gas. Wewe umemiss tear gas wadau, wewe umemiss tear gas, sijui nieleze. Let me know, do you miss tear gas? Una miss kuandamana, una miss kujitokeza huku nje haki yako, uimbe jeshi ya baba, baba, hii ni ya baba. Do you miss that? Una miss kukimbia hapa nje kimbi hapa kule mkikimbishana na karao? I don't know about you, but it is becoming interesting. All this imekuwa facilitated na nini, ama what is triggering all this ni the financial bill. Kule ndani kuna vitu vingi vizuri na vibaya, lakini zaidi ya yote wengi wanadai ya kwamba William Ruto ameshindwa kushusha gharama ya maisha. Pili, ameshindwa kupunguza baadhi ya vitu zinazidi kupanda bei, ilhali alisema zitashuka. Namuona brother Wafula ananiambia ako live akiwa maeneo ya wapi? Kitale. Na unasema Zakayo lazima ashuke. Gitash unasema Kioni today said we lost the election. Sawa, kama Kioni alisema hivyo, mimi ni nani niseme vingine? Kalonzo Musyoka alisema kuna venye watu wamemiss katia gas hivi, watu wamemiss kukimbishana hapa kwa street. What do you think? Join me live kwa studio. Let's discuss what is happening in our country. Do you think maandamano ita help? Right? Do you think maandamano ita help? Na kama ita help, what will it achieve? Kwa sababu if you remember last time This is what Rigathi Gachagua said, that every time we went to the street, the country lost several billions. Every time we went to the streets, actually he said around 2 billion was wasted each day we went. So we went for like 3 days. So hizo ni kama 6 billion there about ambazo zilipotea. Wadau, 6 billion ni domob. Lakini hata kama hizi do pia ziko wapi? Sijui kama uliona gazeti ya juzi. Gazeti ya juzi ilikuwa inauliza pesa ziko wapi? Why? Kuna watu wajalipwa. Kina nani wajalipwa? CJ Kome alikuwa anadai ya kwamba judges wamecheleweshiwa kamshahara, or rather kulikuwa na some delay of some marupurupu. I don't know if that one has been sorted out. We need to find out, right? And then kulikuwa na some time pia civil servants pia walikuwa wamecheleweshiwa kamshahara. Uliona jinsi wabunge hiyo time walilalama bwana, kwa sababu kamshahara kako kamechelewa jo. Kidogo kidogo counties nazo zikatisha kugoma, wakiongozwa na mkubwa wao ambaye ni mmoja wa wana UDA, Governor Waiguru, wakidai kwamba mnajua ni aje, I think tunafaa tugome. Kwa nini? Tumecheleweshewa mgao wetu, tumecheleweshewa kupewa marupurupu, ama not rather marupurupu, mgao wa counties. So ladies and gentlemen, where are we headed as a country? Right? Is Ruto failing? Is he biting more than he can chew? Maybe alijichocha sana na kumbe mwisho wa siku hakuwa amefika level ya kuwa preso, right? Maybe he needed to be out for some time, or rather maybe he needed to still be under someone. Acheze tu grow until afike level ya kumanage. I don't know, sijui, mimi tu kusema, right? But zaidi ya yote jiunge nami kwa studio, nimekutumia link hapo. Hiyo link ukiingia nayo itanisaidia sana. Hiyo link unaingia nayo vipi? Kupitia Mtembei TV, Mtembei Facebook, Mtembei YouTube. Hizo ndio link unatumia. Hizo link zinakutuma place inaitwa StreamYard. Ukiingia StreamYard unafanya nini? Unawasha mic, unawasha kamera, alafu unajikuta uko ndani ya show. We are trying to discuss so many things. Vitu ni kibao, we'll be playing most of the videos even as we go ahead. But zaidi ya yote, we are trying to ask ourselves, how do we get out of all this? Yeah? As Raila Odinga is asking for maandamano, as wase wa Azimio wanajitayarisha kwenda nje, wakiwa join na some of the people wa UDA ambao wamesema, hey, hata sisi round hii tutajiunga na hiyo maandamano. Will that really solve? Right? Will that really solve? It's a battleground that I don't know. What do you think? What do you think? Join me kwa studio. Nimekutumia link hapo kwa Mtembei Live, Mtembei TV, Mtembei YouTube, Mtembei Facebook, Mtembei Official. Hapo unaona kuna link inaitwa streamyard.com. Hiyo ndio link unatumia ambayo inakutuma moja kwa moja hapa kwa studio. Ukiguza hiyo link inakutuma hapa kwa studio. Unafanya nini ukiguza hiyo link? Hiyo link itakufanya uwashe kamera ama cam ambayo iko hapo ndani na mic ambayo iko hapo ndani. Ukishawasha hizo mbili unaandika jina. Si lazima iwe jina rasmi. Alafu ukishaandika hiyo jina una click enter. Inakuingisha moja kwa moja straight hadi kwa studio. Namuona Madhenga ananiambia ako maeneo ya Mwingi West, Kitui County. Unasema unga ni 230. Right? Wacha nijue wadau, huko kwenyu unga sasa ni ndo ngapi? Because tuliambiwa kuna unga ya 150. Okay, of course the issues of our country sio stories za unga tu, there is a lot. Kuna stories za power, stima nayo siku hizi bana, wewe ukiweka tu kaso hivi kana kupea units 3 point something, right? Zamani ilikuwa ungepata karibu 11 units, sasa hizi imeshuka to 3. It's that expensive wadau. Pesa nazo ndo hizo bana, zikituona ni kama ziko na agreement, zikituona zinatoka tu mbio. So tunabaki tuko peke yetu, hatuna do, hatuna viongozi, sijui tuko na nani. Wewe uko na nani? Uko na nani jamaa? Naona Jeremiah ananiambia hivi, Mtembei tuko Kenya, maandamano hayatasaidia sababu hawa viongozi ni vichwa ngumu. Okay, from the ground hadi juu, sasa hivi viongozi hawawezi wananchi baada ya kuwapigia kura. Okay. Muandamane msiandamane, fanya vile tulipanga, si vile mnapanga. Maoni yake Jeremiah Mudhengi. Namuona Robert Kigeli anasema Ruto is busy with tax free on aeroplane spare parts and free visa as if all Kenyans can fly. We, maoni yenyu baba leo inani nice tu nikiwa hapa studio. Robert Kingili anasema ya kwamba Ruto ameamua kushukisha what do you call it, tax on what do you call these things, aeroplane na spare parts, or rather spare parts ni aeroplanes ama ni za helicopters. Anywho, lakini hajashukisha ya vitu zenye zinasaidia mwananchi directly. Sasa Robert anauliza hivi, kila mtu anaweza uwezo wa kufly, kila mtu akona uwezo wa kufly. Kuna nchi ambazo ziko free, ziko na free visa kama South Africa. Anauliza kama all Kenyans can fly. Of course, me I think ya South Africa ni kitu fiti bana. I think hiyo ni kitu fiti, lakini sijui Wakenya wana maoni tofauti. Namuona Kemboya ananiambia watch akiwa maeneo ya Thika mjini, Thika town. Karibu sana Henry Kemboy. Let me know where you're watching me from. Zaidi ya yote tulisema like hii video. Like hii video kwa Facebook, like hii video kwa YouTube, na tutafanya ile kitu. We are about to have a great conversation. What do you think? Is Maandamano the best route, right? Imagine within 3 days, if what Gachagua said is anything to go by, Kenya was losing 2 billion a day, or the hours that people waliandamana. But by the end of the day as well, it's interesting that constitution yetu imetuguarantee that kupicket ni haki yako. That it is your right to riot, or rather to picket, ama kuandamana. Lakini naye Gachagua anasema mkiandamana mnapoteza bilioni 2. Sasa what do we do? How do we create a balance? We don't lose money but we still shout for our rights. Wadau, karibuni sana kwa show. Asante sana wewe ambao unajiunga nami. Namuona Simba Omar unasema jambo sana, niko maeneo ya Germany. Hiyo jina ya Germany ni tricky, hiyo state yenye huko ni state ama ni province ama ni whatever. Namuona nani hapa Simba Omar unasema hivi, maandamano is a must, Ruto must go. Wadau, pia hiyo part ya Ruto must go, kuna mtu atakuuliza where should Ruto go? Ruto aende wapi bana we? Tumemwambia aende mara mingi. Nilisoma mahali meme, tumekuwa tukisukuma baba aende Bondo, lakini baba hajaienda Bondo. Why? Wakati wa Kibaki tulisema baba aende Bondo, wakati wa Uhuru tukasema baba aende Bondo, wakati wa Ruto tukasema in fact tumeimport wheelbarrow. Nakumbuka kuna kiwheelbarrow kimoja kilikuwa kikubwa, kilikuwa kifiti sana wewe. Ikasemwa hiki ndio kitakuwa the best transport kupeleka baba Bondo, lakini baba is still around bana. In fact people are calling for baba, wanauliza baba uko wapi manze? Naye baba anasema niko hapa, niko tayari kuongoza jeshi langu, jeshi la baba, niwapeleke mtaa, niwapeleke streets, tukafanye ile kitu. Tukafanye kitu gani? Tukaandamane bwana, because why? It's not business as usual bwana, kwa sababu vitu zimepanda. Gharama ya maisha imekuwa interesting. Ni interesting au imekuwa difficult? Sijui, nieleze tu. Alafu wanadai hii financial bill in fact ndio itaharibu zaidi. Mimi sitaki kuwa the rumor monger. I don't know, I don't know. Maybe this will be the best thing, because in any case kuna mtu alikuwa ananiambia hivi, there is no way Ruto ataunda kitu kibaya alafu aletee raia. Naye mwingine akamwambia of course pia anaweza unda kitu kibaya kama hajauliza watu. Sasa kati ya wawili, yule mwenye ako positive kuhusu the bill na yule mwenye ako negative kuhusu the bill, who was right? Do you think hii kitu inakuja kuharibu Kenya zaidi ama inakuja kuunda? Because by the end of the day gava lazima iunde do. How? I don't know, but mostly through taxes. through borrowing, which wanadai hey, raundi kukopa manze. Uhuru alituachia kadet kakali, kadet kakubwa, kabil kabigi. Geoffrey Ruto anasema hivi, Ruto has kept his promises, no handshake. So, okay. So according to Ruto, Geoffrey Ruto anasema, one of the promises Ruto has kept is that hakujakuwa na handshake. And yeah, Geoffrey, you are right. Hapo Geoffrey, you are right. Unasema Ruto has kept his promise, no handshake. Gitash unasema hivi, Ruto hajakonda hapo. We Gitash sielewi unasema nini, lakini unaongelea kuhusu kukonda. Unasema hivi, Ruto hajakonda hapo mbeleni, alikuwa anavaa bulletproof jacket. Gitasha anadai hivi ya kwamba kuna cheche ambazo zimekuwa zikiendelea that Ruto has lost weight and some are even saying Ruto could be sick. So this is what Gitasha anasema, that maybe that other time yenye tulikuwa tunaona kama ni jamaa mbigi the guy probably alikuwa anavaa bulletproof. Okay, maoni yake Gitash. Dennis Ondieki anasema UDA supporters mtakufa tu. Ai bana we Dennis. Dennis anasema UDA supporters mtakufa tu for what you did to Kenyans. Ai hawa wana UDA. Kuna jamaa anajiita hapa Dennis Ondieki anadai vipi ya kwamba you guys nyinyi ndio mlifanyia hivi Kenyans. Wana UDA hoye. Wana UDA mpo. Kuna jamaa hapa anaitwa Dennis anadai ya kwamba you guys, you are the reason why Kenya is like this. Do you agree? Namuona 254 anasema amenitumia tu emoji hapo, asante sana. Esther Kwamboka amenisalamia, umesema hi to you as well. Cheiwa Ibra unasema uko ndani, karibu sana. George Munyo unasema unaniwatch ukiwa Boston, karibu sana my brother from Boston. Nani mwingine hapa? Madhengo unasema our problem as Kenyans is to test pain with our bodies. How do we test pain with our bodies? Jere, nieleze hapo. Unasema let's cry for 4 years. Hey, tutatoboa. Do you even have enough tears for 4 years? The lines have been drawn. The battlefield is clear. It's now, actually from tomorrow, UDA wanaita a special group meeting of parliamentarians. I think Noaenda wajaribu kujadili hizi story and then they whip their members to line. But of course, vile kuna lady anaitwa Gathoni wa Mushomba. Gathoni wa Mushomba anadai vipi? Hey, na ameandikia Prezo barua moja big hapo Facebook search Gathoni wa Mushomba hapo Facebook and read the letter. Na hey manze. Sorry for that. Nina kahoma but kako katika hatma yake ya kuisha. Anadai hivi ya kwamba you know what? Prezo manze, hii story ya financial bill kuna venye imetukimbisha, imetuumiza. Shikilia, pause kidogo kama Prezo, pause kidogo manze, tusikimbishane na hii story, tupoteze watu tukidhani tunafanya kitu fiti. Soma hiyo leta. Leta moja interesting tu sana, leta moja tu interesting, isome. Lakini nakwambia kuna jamaa hapa anajiita Mike Coffee anasema UDA guys should pay tax up to 40%. They have taken Kenyan a decade back. Watu wa UDA, do you agree with Mike? Anasema tumerudisha Kenya a decade back. Is it true? I don't know. Lakini zaidi ya yote karibu sana kwa show. Namuona my brother Atito is in house. Kidogo tu today I'm using a funny gadget. Ndio unaona ninakuwa na one challenge, but let me try. Okay. Atito, how are you my brother?
I'm fine, Jax. Tumekuwa offline for 2 nights now. I hope you
ni jana tu Friday tulikuwa kidogo tu okay I think yeah Friday tulikuwa ni jana tu I think but umeshindaje kaka, habari ya leo?
Niko salama kabisa.
Kama unaweza washa kamera yako nikuone nitashukuru sana.
Mimi
Umewasha kamera, sikuoni mimi hapa, lakini I hope unaonekana na watu wengine. Very good, very good. Now my brother, how have you been?
I've been okay. Though there are some shocking news I'm reading from the papers, watching from the TVs and from the radios. Quite disgusting. Yeah.
At what?
We are just getting shocking news from government ministries, from CFS, and even from the government itself. Some of the proposals are actually disgusting to Kenyans who are already suffering from the vexes that are already there. Yeah.
Okay. Lakini zaidi ya yote Edgar, thank you so much for being part of the show. I'll be telling you what we discussed just now. Allow me to read several comments ambazo zinaingia hapa. Kuna jamaa hapa anajiita Abdulaziz Karefu anasema Ruto ana mipango mizuri, twaomba wanasiasa watuachie rais ajenge Kenya isiyo na madeni. Abdulaziz Karefu anasema Ruto anaweza kuwa na plans poa, right? Anaweza kuwa na plans fit. Ni sisi maybe tunaongea mapema, ni sisi maybe tunamoverjudge, probably ni sisi maybe tunabonga sana, na maybe if we can give him a chance, if we give him the what do we call it, the benefit of a doubt, maybe atatu surprise. Wadau, what do you think? Unaona kama Ruto atatu surprise? Sijui. Nijuze hapo kwa comment section, what do you think? Lakini zaidi yote like hii video. Asante sana wale ambao wana like, naona list inazidi kukua. Leo ile gadget niko nao inakataa kufungua kwa haraka jinsi ninavyotamani, lakini asante sana wewe ambao una like hii video kwa YouTube. Tufanye tu ile favor, tupe your thumbs up hapo kwa Facebook, tupe your thumbs up hapo kwa YouTube. Asante sana wale ambao wanafanya hivyo. I can see zimeanza kuingia. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for sharing this video. Edgar, do you think Maandamano will solve the issues we are having as a country?
Just where we are right now, I'll say that Maandamano will not solve anything, but it will actually pile pressure. Maybe it might solve at least, it's not everything, but at least a little bit of it.
Okay.
Yes.
So by piling pressure and by us demonstrating, tujitume, yes, tumejituma kwa barabara, tumeenda tumefanya vituko tu kwa barabara. Yes, tumepile pressure, but will that pressure translate to anything? Given that it's not the first time tutakuwa tumepile pressure kwa gava, tumepile pressure kwa Ruto before, na huyu jamani kana kwamba each time anakuanga ametusomea game yetu bwana. Each time ni kama Kenya Kwanza wanakuanga mbele ya Azimio. Yes, tunajichocha, tunaenda kwa street kama raia, lakini we kidogo kidogo nasikia bipartisan tena imerudishwa. So what do you think? Do you think this time round, if we go to the streets, if Kenyans go ahead and go to the streets, do you see it helping in any way?
Now, Jakes, allow me to say that demonstration and picketing is enshrined in our constitution,
which is okay.
It is the only way that normal Kenyan can express his or her displeasure with the current government by going to the street. And then secondly, it's upon the police and other agencies to provide the security for demonstrators and for the property of those who are not demonstrating.
Okay.
You know, when you go to the street, you express yourself in a manner which is accepted by our constitution without destroying property or causing chaos. Then that is allowed. However, the government in place, the legitimate government led by Ruto, Jakes, unanisikia?
Nakusikia.
I think wamekuwa vichwa ngumu that even if you leave Maandamano and you go the dialogue way, they will not even listen to you whichever means.
Okay.
And a good example is finance bill. a caring government for a bill that has caused actually up among Kenyans and has proved to be very controversial. As a government,
Okay.
what they ought to do is to put on hold, consult further, and then after making some changes in it, then give it back to Kenyans, tuongee venye tumeongea, and then take it through the parliament. If it is good for us, then pass it. But here is a case that you are doing vitu kichwa ngumu. At the end of the day, utajiuliza what I do. That mentality ya utadu kama hiyo ya Gachagua, it's not actually right. And that is the reason why you are saying they are ahead of us, that if we go to Maandamano will not solve anything. But a listening government will only listen to its people. Either through picketing or through this public participation, they need to listen to Kenyans.
Okay.
All walks of regardless of where you come from.
Shikilia tu hapo kidogo Edgar, be coming to you. Ninaona nina mgeni na kama kawa nikipata mgeni lazima kwanza nimkaribishe. Mike, vipi habari ya leo kaka? Asha mic yako Mike.
Can you hear me there?
I can hear you. How are you, sir?
I'm okay. How is everything?
We are well. Asante sana. Thank you for joining us. Let me ask you, do you think this government listens to its citizens?
Just for me, what I can say, man, the government they don't care about the people.
Okay.
And what they care is about what is going to their pocket and their family. That's the farthest they can go. Because if the government was trying to campaign to get into the regime, they made a lot of promises.
Okay.
And everyone agreed with that. It was something looked very simple. But now it is now going to about 8 months. Even one promise has never been made.
Okay.
So we are wondering, where is the difficulty? And if the guy is having people who can run the government, who can support him with the ideas, and they can't bring it on the table.
Okay.
And the next thing, bill.
Mike,
the bill
why do you think Ruto ameshindwa kujitokeza kama vile alikuwa, because kwa campaign alijitokeza kama mse anawezana na hii job. In fact alikuwa anauliza kati ya Ruto ya mimi kama Ruto na Raila Odinga mwenye hajakuwa kwa serikali ni nani anaweza kuendesha serikali vizuri, and he said he is well able to do it. Now do you think ama do you see him well able, ama sisi are we overjudging him mapema?
Not really. Because if he was able to do something, even 3 months could have a good result. But hakuna.
Okay.
Yeah, so Ruto ni ule mtu tu hakuna ile vitu za ujana, though he's not young, but it doesn't have the leadership quality. Yeah, ni mtu tu mwenye just want to get in everywhere. You think that he can do something. You can remember even before Ounye went home, Ruto used to do things that shows that there's likely competition. So ni mtu tu mwenye anajiekelea kifua eti anaweza, lakini hakuna kitu hicho anaweza fanya.
Okay.
Na huyu jamaa hawezi toka kwa serikali within 2 to 3 years, at most 2 years. Because everything that is doing, we are just going backward.
Okay.
Among the promises that he made, there's even none. Hakuna hata moja.
Mhm. Mhm.
Si akiingia si unga ilikuwa
Now
180.
mhm. Okay.
Sasa nasikia imefika mpaka 230. Sijui kilo mbili ni 460. Now instead of you buying unga, it's better you even go and buy cement. And the amount is almost going together.
I think unaongelea bei ya sukari. Sukari ndio inachezea hiyo bei unataja.
Oh, sukari ndio 460.
Sukari ndio imefika. Saizi kuwa na utamu ni stress. Vitu tamu siku hizi ni gharama.
Afadhali ununue cement ujenge.
Ruto anataka watu wajenge bwana. Watu waache kula vitu tamu.
But kitu nataka watu wajue eti Ruto hakuna kitu anafanya. Even if you give him 20 years. It's better we just give him 2 years and we replace.
Now let me ask, as wananchi, what can we do? Because we gave him the mandate. He really came out as someone who is able to do it. Equally, a guy who has a vision and a plan. As Mwananchi, what can Mwananchi do? Because it's as though we have no leaders to help us in that. Parliament seems to have been captured, judiciary as well. Now, where does Mwananchi turn to? To whom do we go to?
Jax, you know what? For now, there's nothing Mwananchi can do. Because from the start, initially, Ruto didn't win the election. He stole or take himself in. That's the thing he did. Yeah, so if Ruto rigged the election, so he has no pity. With him, he's just there to earn money and be the president. So there's nothing Ruto is going to do and change the life of Kenyan people. You can even analyze all the CS that he has put, and all of those are just adding. So Jax, unanipata vizuri? I can't hear you, Jax. We can't hear you, Jax.
Jax, your voice.
Jax, we can't hear you, man.
Jax, you're addressing yourself. We can't get anything that you're saying. Correct your machine. Correct your machine, Jax. We are not getting what you're saying.
I think he has a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe you can continue. Jax? Yes, Tito.
Mike,
Yeah, man.
let him make his connections or the machine he's using, and then I think
I
we'll
think
just
he has
move.
to reconfigure the gadget.
Mm. But I want to disagree with you on something that you mentioned. You said that Kenyans can actually do nothing about what's currently happening. But as a people, we are the government. If you check on the definition of the government, it's actually lies with the people. It's the people who make the government. So if you are saying that we cannot do something while things are going haywire, then I think you are wrong. Right now, I think Jex is coming back.
Okay, just to chip in before you go far is like the promises that were made by the UDA or the UDA government.
It's not even about the promises. What we are seeing right now, they have gone rogue. This is a government gone
But
rogue, not working on anything. In fact, what is happening actually is they are coming up with a mechanism to enrich themselves instead of actually doing what they are supposed to do. I want to give you some few reasons as to prove whatever I'm trying to say. Uh, they started with when Ruto was campaigning. Actually, he said one thing that immediately he will drop the Bible down. Jex, are you now audible? Can you speak something?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, today I'm on my phone. I'm not on the laptop. That's why I'm having the Kafani Fani challenge. But the show, as I always say, must go ahead. So sorry for that. So thank you, Edgar, for holding on. Yeah. So go ahead. I think you are the one talking.
Yeah, I was saying I want to disagree with my friend Mike when he said that there's nothing we can do when things are going wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him that
Mm-hmm.
the mandate to put government on check lies with us. So
Mm-hmm.
it's up to us to do something. And one of the things that we can do, number one, is engaging the government. How do we engage them? Through
Mm-hmm.
public participation, through taking our
Mm-hmm.
petitions to different government ministries or agencies to present our views or displeasure. When that's not
Okay.
working, we do it through demonstration and picketing, which is actually being championed by Azimio and
Mm-hmm.
other minded individuals like teachers, the civil servants who came out the other week to
Mm-hmm.
express their displeasure. If you
Mm-hmm.
see some of the things that are happening, number one, I'll start with the finance bill, which is very controversial. And then, second, is
Mm-hmm.
there's a proposal to increase NHIF. Just a few days ago, the CS for Health, Nahumincha, actually came out clearly and said that they cannot,
Mm-hmm.
they're not able to fund the hospitals because they have no money through NHIF. Then it makes you wonder that we are deducted on monthly basis huge sums of money. Where is this money going to? If what is already there is not being used properly, then what makes you think that should we pass this bill or should they pass this bill as they're saying? What is going to happen? Is it
Mm-hmm.
a fulfillment of ile msemo inasema ni nyakati yetu ama ni wakati wetu wa kukula? That is a bad
Mm-hmm.
mentality that we must do away with. In fact, if you see at the
Okay.
setup, if you look at the setup of our political system, it's only through politics that people think that they can make millions or billions within 5 years. That is why you see there's a lot of competition every electioneering period. Watu wanakufa just to ensure that they get into those seats so that whatever we are seeing right now ifanyike. That is why the current government spent a lot of money to buy the IBC and even IT experts to hack into the system so that they can be there. Reason, they want to make money, and now they're doing it. There is no single policy, either through parliament or through executive, that has been put in place to save the already suffering Kenyans. What we are seeing introduction of levies in form of taxes. We are seeing a government where our education system is completely going down. They cannot fund schools anymore or universities. We are seeing a government that cannot fund hospitals using Wananchi's money that is being deducted mandatory through NHIF. Then if we inject now if we come up with another scheme, which is housing project or housing levy, as they say, where are we heading to? And then they don't want to listen to people. If you listen to the way our deputy president is anaongea, you ask yourself, who elected these guys? Mike, Jex has gone missing again.
So can you hear me, Jack? Gitash?
We are only two people here, Mike.
Okay, but can you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible, very audible.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, people, when you talk about the public participation, I know Ruto will agree with this, but it only agree with it that you want to take people like a merry-go-round just to buy time. And when he's buying time, is coming up with ideas that will not even bring input or bring solution to the Kenyan people. Like hata ukiangalia hapo nyuma, though it was not that strong, but people tried to demonstrate or to picket. But the way they were to defend.
I want us to want us to discuss in line with the topic of today. That is UDA and Azimio fight over Ruto. Ruto losing MPs, the support of Asla Nation. If we stick to that line, then I think we are going to see some of the essence of points that we are giving out here. So I think moderator had the idea, but now is gadget another issue. Will we really continue?
Continue.
Jex.
Sorry, I'm having a challenge. So let's continue. I'm having a challenge. I'm using my phone and inanirudisha, but let's continue. I'm almost getting some assistance here.
Jex, going by the topic of today. You said that UDA and Azimio fight over Ruto, and Ruto is losing UDA MPs. The support of Asla Nation is dropping. I don't want to agree with that, because if you check at what's actually happening, we've only seen one person who has come out clearly and said that he will not support that finance bill. That is Wamuchomba. Ruto actually threatened MPs from opposition and gave them stern warning that we are not going to support. If you oppose this, hakuna maendeleo. But you see, we are in a nation, a democratic nation, where everyone is supposed to make decision independently. However, there's some decisions that require us to align with the party standings of the coalition standings.
Mm-hmm.
So this is actually putting some of the members of parliament to actually air out their views independently without being influenced by the coalition under which they were elected. So we are finding ourselves in a situation whether this bill is good or bad, it's going to be passed, like just the same way they did with BBI. Mike, am I audible?
Edgar,
Mike, unanipata?
nakupata vizuri sana. Huo jamaa nikaa ametoroka tena, sijui
Hajatoroka.
network yake iko down, inasumbua. Sasa
What's your view in regards to this topic that Jax gave us to discuss about? Do you think Ruto is losing UDA MPs?
but no, he's not losing. He's not losing. And what I know that the UDA MPs are going to pass the bill and they're going to vote yes. And the first thing in parliament, I think UDA has more MP than the Azimio coalition. Is it not true?
No, not true.
But is there a big difference?
There was a big difference before they invaded our side, bought our MPs.
Yeah, aliwanunua tena, alinunua watu wengi sana, about 4 or 5.
Constitutionally, I can't say that they have numbers, but because of injustices and disrespect to our constitution, and I'll say they will actually pass it without sweat.
Meaning they have even if they don't have more MPs, they will still pass it. So the bill has to go through. Haitakwama.
If
The bill
you look
haitakwama.
where they are right now, this is one of the bills that has divided Kenyans, and the common mwananchi actually is not supporting this bill. Given the details inside, we're actually going to find ourselves in a situation where we are going to be taxed heavily, yet we are starving already. So if in case nasikika,
Yeah, nakupata vizuri. Go ahead. Edgar? Edgar, can you hear me? Edgar, can you hear me?
Hakuna mwingine amenunua mwingine.
Oh, okay.
Stay away from still buying people. People are choosing where to be. Older has more sense than the Azimio has can ever think of. So hakuna mtu anabuy mwingine.
How are you?
Sisi wanyama.
How are you?
I'm great, my friend. How you doing?
How are you, my brother?
I'm good.
How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
In a while, I've not heard from you. I'm doing well. God is great, man.
Yeah, that's true. I'm here all the time, though.
I know you want to support your president.
Hiyo tu, ni president yako vile vile.
You and Cosmo Joy, mulituweka in this mess ban.
Joy anakuja nyumbani this month, alizungumza na mimi siku moja, na sasa he supports Raila now. Vile Ruto aliweka ile Mosomari. So Joy said no.
The director of inaitwa aje? NIS.
Yeah. Sasa Joy alikataa hiyo.
Choi actually haelewi what's going on in this system. This is a system where loyalists to the president are being rewarded with the key positions.
That's everywhere, my friend. That's everywhere in the world.
I was one of them, but didn't get a portion.
Oh yeah, I didn't get appointment. That's why.
Hakupata nyama, ndio maana tunaelewa.
Hapo ni kweli.
Now we are back with Jex. Jex can take over now.
No, just help me kidogo, Edgar. I'm still trying to operate with my phone and trying to settle in. Are you using your laptop? I think you're using a laptop, right?
No. I'm using a phone as well.
Okay, sawa. Aha, Nyagaka, good to see you. How are you, my brother?
I'm okay, young man. Jex, habari yako?
Niko salama.
So that's good.
Now, I saw your friend Simba Arati together with your other young son, Mr. Osoro, fighting. What do you think is happening in Kisiland?
Osoro is taking this job so serious. Inaingia kwa kichwa yake. Yeah, Osoro na Onyuka, they are really ashaming us wa Kisii. Rati is doing good. Because hiyo fight ni ya nini? Can you imagine wazee kama kina Chai wakifight hiyo vita ya watoto? Hapana. He's even got a big job in government that he should be more responsible than that. Now, Arati, even if he's in ODM, is a good guy. He bought some of us over because when he fired all those people that they didn't exist. Lakini walikuwa wanapewa check. Mr. Ngwaya.
Okay.
So Arati is doing a good job. Ile kazi mzuri, atakawacha akiwa ODM akiwa party nyingine.
I saw some guys saying they want now to impeach niliona watu wakisema they want to impeach, what do you call this guy, to impeach Osoro because of the same. What do you think?
Yeah, they should go for it because Osoro is acting like a child. You know, why could he go to a funeral that is in his home in a motorcycle when he got a government jobs, cars and all that? He just want to show off. Even in Utoto, we don't go that small. Yeah, let's tell you.
Okay.
He should be more responsible kwa kazi amepewa na Ruto ni kazi kubwa. He should act like that. You know, Nyonka, they are really ashaming us of the people.
Onyonka the other day depicted that Parliament is unable to oppose William Ruto, given that as much as they would want to oppose him and to even give sense to what they bring in Parliament, he said that they are unable to, because as he was trying to put it, most of the people are supporting William Ruto, either willingly or bought. I'm not sure. I don't want to say they have been bought. But do you think Parliament is able to hold the executive in check?
And not right now, because he has really influenced most MPs. So regardless of whether they were bought or influenced, he has the upper hand. And you have to realize that. We all have to realize that. He has the upper hand. And what the Nyonka is talking about, you know, he wins the election in ODM. And then he goes to Batia Watengura ndiye anakuja huko kwao Kitutu. Hata baba yake alikuwa anatembea namna hiyo. You win the election, kama ni ODM, kaa kwa ODM, and he could have won, but he went and got Raila to help him out. So these are people that act like prostitutes. Wengine hatutaki hiyo. We want straight up people. Kama nani Simba, even if he was in ODM, he's a guy who has done a good job, you know, kutoa watu ambao hawakuwa na kazi lakini walikuwa wanalipwa na my friend Ongwae, and that's very sad. Na watu wanasumbuka sana. Jakes, when I was in college, hii watu hawakujua mimi nitoka Kenya, lakini Kisii was the highest as far as population growth was concerned, was the highest in the world. Now, that's the people that are doing it right now, and we are so many of us. Kisii inakuwa kama slum, Kisii mzima. So we have to think about how can we solve the problem of Kisii 30, 20 years from now, not necessarily right now, you know. So we'll have to rethink what we need to do. And it is not that difficult. It will well done if we can all think together. Sio kugombana na kupigana. That's childish. I went in college when Mandela was in jail, and they had just killed Steve Biko. So I've been watching politics ever since that time. Edgar. Sumuza kijana yangu.
Debating without moderator is quite a hard task.
Yeah, na huyu Edgar is, I mean, huyu nani ni mzuri sana. Jakes is very, very good. Kwa sababu yeye can tolerate all of us. Watu wa Azimio, watu wa UDA.
Naona sasa hakuna pesa kwa NHIF bwana, na bado mnataka kuongeza, mnafanya proposal pesa iongezwe tena, contribution iongezwe iende juu.
Lakini si umesema hakuna pesa huko, so that's the only way itakuja. Ni lazima iongezwe.
This is what we've been crying for, that we are not against paying tax, but the manner in which this fund is going to be utilized is the problem. That is why we are saying, let them put this bill on hold first. Let them come with structures that clearly states on how this money is going to work without us losing even a single penny.
Hey, I don't know the thinking behind it. Lakini walisema
NHIF, Mr. Nyagaka, just a moment. You know, NHIF is a very critical scheme that should not be left bankrupt. But you see, here is a case that government has squandered it all. That right now, if you go to the hospital, you are being told to pay cash. And this is something that we are contributing heavily, actually, to the NHIF. Remember the other day, they increased the rate, the contribution rate. And they're still coming up with another proposal to increase contribution. So we are wondering where is this? Where is the money? This is where your government is going wrong.
Yeah, NHIF started in a long time in the 60s. Now that is existed this long. So how it is squandering that money and nobody understands. I mean, I cannot say for it or against it, because ninajua hata mzee wangu alikuwa nayo nini tukiwa onjo tunachukuliwa serikali inalipa. So we understand what NHIF is, but vile siku hizi wanasema ati hakuna hela.
And your president is still telling us to pay housing levy. Changu.
The housing levy, even by they have not developed the laws against or for the housing levy. Wanasema wanapitisha kwanza, alafu. I don't understand the logic behind it. Why they shouldn't first set up the rules of how to govern that housing levy, but they're saying that they're going to do it after they have got the money. So I don't know. I don't understand the logic behind that. At least here everybody. I mean, to be honest, I don't know what they did in South Korea or hizo nchi zingine. We don't know that's what they did, but we know. I know personally that because of that they really developed their economy. Na kwanza Edgar, vile nakwambia hii mtu akimaliza uchanja, yani ukorovi ya kuiba pesa or corruption, vile amefuta ile watu wengine, then that in itself will make the function, the government function.
Are you sure that he has that intentions of getting out or getting rid of corrupt individuals or
but we can see an example of Kemsa and those guys who sold the sugar. I mean, that's the only example we can go for. We just don't want to talk about hot air. Alafu Ruto amesema.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
If NHIF had enough until recently, we are now being told that there's no money. There is no money in NHIF. What is actually happening if not corruption? And who is taking this money?
But Edgar, we have to establish who's doing that first, because vile hata Otuoli amesema NHIF ilikuwa contributed in the least amount of money. Unaenda hospitali unalipa say 100 shillings, lakini wewe unalipa NHIF unalipa 20 shillings. How can you? I mean, vile ilikuwa established haija change, na tunajua kila mtu amechange, but that's even hot there kwa sababu
that is a big, because you remember when Nyong'o was government was minister for medical services.
Who?
Professor Nyong'o.
Oh yeah.
And he used a good example that with the current contribution by then, he was saying that with 2,000 he'll walk to Serena, take breakfast just for some hours, and then come out. So he was asking, what if this 2,000, we contribute this 2,000 to NHIF? And actually people bought that idea and they increased contribution.
Okay.
So that's
the time they were selling chalks for aspirin.
So we can't say that we are the least. We are contributing poorly to the NHIF. We are being deducted huge sums of money.
Okay.
So it's just being mismanaged.
Yeah, a lot of things in Kenya are being mismanaged. That one is not even a debate. That's the truth. A lot of things are being mismanaged. Lakini hii ya hospitali, najua mtu akiwa mgonjwa ni a different lifestyle. They should not mismanage that one. Hiyo nakubali na wewe.
So if they can mess up with our health in that manner, what do you think they'll do anything different with the housing project as you support it?
But mimi nasema kwamba this one is a long time, so we can easily find out where it went wrong. Yani your NHIF, we can easily know what went wrong. Once we find out the logic behind ile Professor Nyong'o alisema, ni kweli, and then we go from there. Let's do the investigation first about that. Hiyo housing fund ni kitu ingine ambayo is a different. We have seen it from different countries, but it has in Kenya. We have not seen it work, and it is an experiment. It's new. Lakini NHIF has been there forever.
What? There's one thing that you're forgetting, that we have the NHC, National Housing Corporation, which actually is mandated to do that. But you see, the whole process, they have not been actually tagged in when this thing when they were making.
That when nimenunulia nyumba Podaram, a National Housing Corporation. Nimenunua nyumba through them, na hata hela zangu niliacha huko, walitupa ikaenda kwa watu wengine. I mean, it's a long story, but if we can have something like that, yes. I don't know what the position on the National Housing Corporation on this housing right now. Vile wanasema wanataka kutupatia nyumba, but what I know ni kwamba those South Asian countries developed their by pulling money together. Vile wengi wanasema, we can still remember when they borrowed money from Mzee Kenyatta, but we didn't know. Na hizi World Bank na hiyo ingine, those are the ones that help the Southeast Asia to develop where they are, but they are kuwa na wizi. When you have the introduction of stealing, bribes, then you can never ever develop anywhere. Hata kwa nyumba yako, kabla ya kuleta pesa kwa nyumba umetupa kwa bar. Yeah.
Well, let's hope for the best. I'm praying so that waangushe hii bill, but unfortunately itapita.
Hiyo itapita, ni ku develop any policy. The way I feel, I know it will pass, but what are we going to do after that? That's where we come together. Hata amenunua amefanya nini kwa hii watu, it will pass, you know that, but what are we going to do in the future? That's the key.
It's we are already starving. We are already starving. If you look at the pay slip, what we take home, we actually take home 42% of what we are earning, and here comes another taxation, another taxation being introduced. So it means that we're going to take less than a third or what we're supposed to pocket.
Hizo nimeziona, mtu akupatia cheki ana madaraka kubwa, lakini akionyesha cheki vile inatolewa hela, you feel ashamed. Wengine tumeogopa kuja huko nyumbani. Mtu anasema ni director of something, na alafu akionyesha cheki yake, watu utalia, ukianza ukiona wakati ya kulia utalia. It is very bad.
For now it's better to stay outside Kenya, because the moment you come back home, it's a complete mess. It's a total mess.
Yes, it's a different world. Hiyo najua. Now that's exactly why some of us support this government to be successful, that we can come home. Especially akipigana na wizi peke yake. Hiyo itasaidia sana.
He's not doing that.
Yeah. That's the problem.
Every time they keep on saying that pesa zetu zirudishwe. You remember the Gachagua slogan that zile pesa zetu zimepelekwa sijui what Pandora zitarudishwa. If they are so sure that Uhuru stole money and Raila and other people and other Kenyans, why they are in power right now? Let them return back the money. Wacha washike Uhuru na Raila.
John Lenamu showed it. Hiyo wacha nikueleze. John Lenamu showed it. Na mtu ambaye alikuwa president ya Chile alifutwa kazi. Alifutwa kazi kwa kuwa na pesa kama hizo, because those are the monies that Mobutu, Sadat, they were keeping it in German, in Switzerland, lakini sasa imeenda kwa hii island ambazo hazina sheria kubwa sana. And that's very sad. Hiyo peke yake ingeleta pesa hiyo yote ya Kenyatta na mama yake waliiba irudi Kenya. Erika, wacha tukwambia kwamba wengine tunajua
hata ile ya Gachagua anataka alirudishiwa pia arudishe.
Hapo ni kweli, lakini hii ya Kenyatta ndio the saddest. Nilikwambia president ya Chile was impeached when they realized he has the money there.
You supported criminals, and now they are forcing MPs to support their policies because they want to steal more.
Kuiba sio mzuri. Kuiba is very sad.
It's actually taking us down to the
Jakes
point
amerudi,
that
wacha nifanye kitu ingine, niko hapo tu ndani, wacha nibaki. Jakes amerudi, yeye ndio moderator mzuri sana, tunapenda. I will be back, Jakes. Edgar, endelea.
Leo nakwambia ni ile siku I am having funny challenges so nimerealize ukifanya na simu it's one of the most difficult thing but you'll bear with me kidogo, we will try to maneuver with it. Edgar, can you hear me?
yeah, you are very much audible.
Okay. Now, why do you think Wamushomba is coming out strong? You see, that is how Tanga Tanga was formed by a small faction forming slowly but sure. But before Uhuru noticed, it had become a huge team that Uhuru couldn't control. Do you see Wamushomba emerging out to be the other team that eventually will be the opposing side in Ruto's team?
There are a lot of possibilities of that coming out.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, Wamushomba has also done his maths well. He has involved his people, and actually he's speaking the language that Kenyans want, and that is what we want all our MPs to do. You speak independently without being coerced to do so. Because one thing that I know, Jex, the MPs knows very well. They know very well that this bill is not right for us at the moment. They know that this bill is going to add more problems than what we are currently facing right now. But what's happening? They are dancing to the tune of the president because the president wants more and more. He has no plans actually to make life easier. So Wamushomba is not only going to emerge as the opposers, but is going to emerge as the savior within his region, and in fact is going to be admired by many Kenyans. Should he come clearly and mobilize other members from central Kenya to oppose this bill? So he's going to score. Wamushomba is going to score big. Whether the bill passes or fail, Wamushomba is going to score. Jex, I can't hear you. Sikupati. Well, guys, today it's not a good day in office for Jack, moderator. He has a problem with his gadget, but I think that will be solved in our next debate. We'll be patient and wait for him as he struggles actually to make this show a successful one. Nyagaka, you're gone.
Leo ni kama mitambo imeleta shida.
Jax is using mobile phone. How are you, Kamau?
I'm very fine indeed, Bana Edgar. How are you doing, bro?
I'm doing well. God is good.
Just listening to you. I was out the background. He couldn't add me. I was wondering. Hey, ndugu, what is the problem? Tufanye harambee ama namna gani? Because we are innovative people. I can try something, Bana.
No, today
I might
I'm
not be
having
rich.
what we call
I might not be rich, Bana, but I can skuma something on PayPal. At least
Oh,
ununue Dell.
I'm telling you today, I'm having those days that are not called my days. But anyway, I'm well. How are you, SG?
Inaitangwa bad day in office, bad day in office. Inakuanga kama vile uliona
Well,
Arsenal walipanda wakapanda, and then bad day in office ikakuja wakakosa kikombe. Those things
I'm
happen in
telling
life.
you.
Yeah.
um, I kind of blew my laptop, so I'm now using my phone. But tomorrow, I think I'll have a good one. I'll have the laptop back.
I even mind. Kwani hizi Mac nini zina expire? It's like a laptop expires, eh?
I think so. Yangu ili blow tu hivyo, and that was it. So ili
Yeah,
blow
because
actually tukifanya show on Friday. Edgar, you remember I just logged out and that was it.
Yeah, I
Yeah, it
remember.
was
And
the
Swito
machine
promised you a
daily
laptop.
blow. So so niko
Hey,
hivyo, lakini yesterday we didn't have a show, but today due to public demand and many voices, we tried to see if the phone can work. I'm sure it is tricky, but tunasukuma hapa na Edgar Nyagaka, Mike, and there is another guy behind the tent. So yeah, amekataa kuwasha mic, sorry, camera. And now SG. But zaidi ya yote, thank you guys for those who are watching us. Sorry for the mishaps kidogo kidogo, but as SG is saying, akukosangi those bad days in office. Ninamwona Gitasha ako ndani, Josephine Osia ako ndani, Cornerstone EL ako ndani, Joshua Nina, I see you. Asante sana those who are commenting hapo kwa comment section. Asante sana kwa kupenda show to the level that despite the challenges bado mnang'ang'ana kutufuata. Way! Thank you for the love, thank you for the support. We really appreciate you guys. Asanteni sana. Aha. SG, what do you think is happening to UDA slowly but sure?
it's Titanic. You know Titanic, vile walikuwa na watu wanaimbiwa nyimbo huko ndani, wanachezewa sarakasi. Kama sasa niliona president akifanya sarakasi huko State House na wanazani vitu mingi. But the truth of the matter is that the Titanic is sinking. That's a fact. It doesn't matter how you love a UDA or Kenya Kwanza or Ruto. You know, anytime I speak about Ruto, some people on the background like Getash and Godfrey Ruto who don't come to the panel because of a fear, they fear me. They think that I hate Ruto. I love Ruto. In fact, I emulate him when it comes to public speaking. He's an orator. He's a person who can convince you to give your kids. Anaweza kuambia from today, Jake, give me your kid. And when they come back, they'll be like wazungus. And you'll give him because he has that tongue. But the truth of the matter, beside the tongue, he's an incompetent person. Because we would like to see that oration in the economy. In the life of a people. There are people in life today, my friend, and it is the truth. They are not taking kids to school. That's a fact. There are people who are not being able to clear their bills. Others have terminal illnesses. No, it is not a Ruto's problem, but we would like to see him more concerned with those things than the Sarakasi things we saw yesterday, than the issues we are seeing today of visa being lifted of Djibouti. Surely, is that a priority? Who wants to go to Djibouti? Yeah. Or I mean, is it an issue? To me, it's not. It has never been an issue. So there are priorities that we are missing, and therefore UDA as a party will be very unpopular come 2027. If that is, we are going to reach there, of which I don't know because ujui mambo ya Mungu. But I can tell you the truth. That is a sinking ship. Why? They have not fulfilled any promise. They have not even dealt with the hustlers they talked about. To convince hustlers to sing hallelujah as they go to vote to UDA next time, it will be very difficult. Except to get Tash, who has fanatic following to Ruto. I think he is paid. Unless you're paid.
Achana na watu wa comment.
No, ni best yangu. Ni mutu ya nyumbani, ni mutu. Ni mutu ya
kama unachanganya.
Ni mutu ya nyumbani, so
Kama, let me ask you, when you look at how UDA was formulated, it came as a result of two factions, Kieleweke and Tangatanga. They tried and formed, was it Jubilee Asili? Then it didn't work. They even opened an office, I think. You remember even one time Ruto went to the offices and he was told he's persona non grata in Jubilee by Raphael Tuju those days. And that's how eventually they felt they needed to have their own party. Hence, they formed UDA. Now, UDA came into being. Now, do you see that the sins of the past, of them rebelling against the president, forming two factions, Kieleweke Tangatanga, do you see it happening in UDA? Because Gathoni Mashomba is not someone you can just wish away. She can as well marshal enough support, slowly but sure. But eventually, we have a split in UDA, just like we had in Jubilee. Do you see a possibility, Gathoni Mashomba, doing such a thing?
Of course, what you plant is what you plant, or what you sow is what you reap. Because he did it himself, and I think he rode on that and became famous, and UDA became famous. And so part of most of the votes Ruto got is because of sympathy. People felt like anateswa. And I also think it's a script. Kujifanya umeteswa. But normally when you seem not to be in favor of government, people feel like they feel pity for you. And so they want to revenge you. But again, when you get into government, and it's all over the world, then you become a punching bag. So what Ruto is going through, in fact, I can tell you, because I am from Mount Kenya, there's a lot of murmuring in Mount Kenya. People are feeling like Ruto is muzzling the MPs. He's bulldozing his ideas to the MPs. And from the ground, because I'm in the ground, I can tell you there's a lot of murmuring, even with Mamambogas and the Boda Boda. They feel like this guy is losing it. He's losing it. And I think he knows. I think the NIS have told him the ground is so bad. Because if you heard Kindiki today, he was trying to threaten even the people who have groups like Bunge la Wananchi, like the people who are talking about against the bill, because this bill is flawed, and we should agree it's flawed so badly. In fact, it is a bill that I think it should have been something like a test. The way people have those debates in the primary school. It's a very bad bill. That's what I want to say. Because I usually look at it this way, my friend. Right now, Nakumicha, the Minister of Health, tells us that they have dispersed money of NHIF. And then we ask ourselves as Kenyans, is this the money being dispatched from the government, or is it contributors' money? Because whenever you contribute to a fund or a circle, that money should be in a particular account. It should not move. You understand what I mean? It should not move and then brought back. It should always be there. So there are people who are suffering today in terminal illness because of Nakumicha mistakes and this government mistakes. Then we ask ourselves another question. This is a person who is mishandling NHIF funds. Mara sijui imepelekwa kusafisha ndege, sijui imepelekwa kulipa nani, imepeleka kufanya nini, alafu inarudishwa. What if we give him the housing levy? If the person cannot handle NHIF, can he manage? Somebody has put it on. There's an echo. So my brother,
AK mute and Atito. I'm unable to mute from my end, so kindly help me today. Today I'm not with a laptop to mute you automatically. So mute for me, please, kindly. Go ahead, SG.
Basically, what I'm trying to say in very simple language, because I sometimes speak very heavy language, is that UDA is losing it every day. This is only 9 months or 8 months in power, and it is the most unpopular party on the ground. It is bigger on paper. It is bigger. It's the biggest party in parliament, but with Wananchi, it's not.
SG, my final question before I come back to you again, because I need to as well involve KK and Edgar. Why is it that Ruto seems not to be taking off? Compared to previous regime, you would see within their first months in office, you could feel some degree of change, some degree of positivity. The people would feel that there's a new government in town, there's a new sheriff in town, things are happening, balls are rolling. But he seems not to be inviting good tidings to his side. It's like it's one issue after another. One is it pit? Do I call them at pitfall? He seems not to be getting it right. He, as you rightfully say, he's several months in office. We are yet to begin praising anything. Even what he said he will do, like the Hustler Fund and all, how he said it and how eventually it was implemented were totally two different things. In fact, I think that is where all things began to go haywire for him, given that he initially had said it will be money without interest. Now, when he was launching it, or prior before to launching it, he goes ahead and says, "You see this? There's no way government can give you money for free," and all that. Now, people felt kind of they were shortchanged. Even things began to pile one after the other. Now, my question is, why do you think it is a regime that seemingly has failed to kick off, or rather, it is yet to make an impact in the lives of many, either those who supported it, and in the same measure also those who opposed it? Why is he not seemingly taking ground or making impact? What could be the challenge?
Yeah, I think Ruto lacks a surprise package, or lacked a surprise package, because if you remember when Kibaki came, people were really surprised when he said there will be free education. And in fact, there was free education. It is believed that immediately Kibaki said that over 1 million kids who are not going to school went to school. You understand? And then when Uhuru came, there was a surprise package, of course, of women giving birth in the hospitals without any pay. You know, those surprises. When Ruto came into power, his surprise was Hustler Fund. But people expected 50 billion according to what he was talking about. But eventually they got 500 bob. So most of Kenyans, you know, they love Mogoka and Chrome. They took Chrome, they were unable to pay. So Ruto has lacked something that will cut across the women, the youth, and stuff like that. So he doesn't have a surprise package, and he is he is in a haste to promise that in the next 2 months there will be gas, in the next 3 months there will be piki of electricity, in the next there will be unga of 159, and they don't work. That is where the problem is with Ruto. So, for me, I would advise him, because it is true. There are many things he found, or let me say, the government economy was not good. But at the end of the day, he is being blamed because of what he said. And that is what it is his own undoing, if I may put it that way. So he can't really excel. And if you look at the trajectory of his, and you know, he has been making mistakes, very stupid mistakes. For example, how do you become a president the first day? The second day, you appoint very corrupt judges, according to what we know, because people like those judges were mentioned in Akasa issues. I mean, how do you do that as a president? And then the other thing that you follow up, it is to withdraw cases without you withdraw cases of criminals without due process. You know, those are things that have made him look like, you know, like you tolerate corruption. Yeah, nobody is perfect, but surely, how do you do it openly like that? So it's a shame, and many Kenyans are asking themselves big questions because when you see even the president following buying bloggers in the on Twitter and Facebook, so they become they are his mouthpiece. That time and age has left us, and people you can see the comments below those people. It is why you're doing this because people are more knowledgeable. You don't need to silence us to lead by example and deliver. That is what we're asking as the people of Kenya. Don't buy all the bloggers and all the politicians and think that everything is okay. It's not going to be okay because you can't buy everybody in Kenya. Yes.
Okay. KK, I know you have listened to Kamau with a lot of keenness. And probably you couldn't disagree more or agree more. It depends from which angle you look at the things you have said. But why do you think the Ruto's regime has failed, or rather is yet to make the people feel it in terms of that we have a new government in town and that this government is for the people, it cares for the people? Why do you think it's yet to make an impact in many?
What do you mean failed?
You see, if you remember, let me tailor it down for you, Kidogo. If you remember how Kibaki came into power, Kidogo, we saw people say, just one moment, KK. If you remember, when he went into power, people had a feeling that it is a new dawn. People were everywhere fighting corruption. Polisi angeonekana akichukua hongo. People were up in arms against that. The free primary education was a huge story all over. When Uhuru came into power as well, you remember mambo ya stima kuwekwa, vitu mingi zili happen, especially the first few months. A lot of positive energy was spreading all over. How comes in his regime it's one negativity after another? The country seems not to be getting a break, because of bad things. If it is not Shakahola, it's drought. So many deaths of animals. If it is not that, it is issues with KEMSA. If it is not with that, it is issues with counties not getting their money and issuing strike notice. I could go on and on and on. Yet it is a very new government. With the removal of subsidies, with the food prices going up, with the electricity bills going up, with life going up, with fuel prices. I could go on and on. Why is it that Mwananchi is yet to really feel a shift or a change in regime, that this regime is different, new, positive, and has good intention from Mwananchi?
I think the issue of Kibaki really, there's an echo. I don't know where it comes from.
I don't know. Guys, if you can help me mute. Today I'm on the phone, so I cannot really control everyone. So SG, Edgar, and anyone else. But go ahead, KK.
So Kibaki didn't really need to do anything. He just needed to relax and allow the country to run. And that is what he did. And things started moving well. Changes happen instantly. The issue of Uru, the things happened because they were using a huge budget. They were borrowing left, right, and center. Right now, there's nothing Ruto can do to spark some excitement. He cannot borrow because we are already in a deep hole. So he's trying to, to inform us that we have to live within our means. So that is what it is. Hii issue ya kusema eti popularity yake inashuka. I don't know where you guys get it from. He's running the show. That is why day in day out hapa kwa Mutembei, he's running the highlights. He's the one he's the one being talked about. Hii maneno mengine mnasema sijui huko ground nini. You used to tell us sijui matter effect ama mlikuwa mnasemanga aje? Sijui kitaeleweka. Sijui nini. Bana, ikifika time ya kupiga kura ndo mtajua. People know who to elect. And we always bash our leaders, but ikifika election you really can't do anything. Unaona he's better than most of the other guys. That is a fact. Hii maneno nasikia kelele hapa, he hasn't even read his budget. So mimi nashangaa. What did you expect him to do? Tumekuwa kwa hiyo drought, a very long drought, which was very painful. The worst in 40 years, surely. We are in a debt situation where almost 1.5 billion of taxes zinaenda kwa kulipa unye, bei ya unye. So means you nataka aje. Surely.
Lakini as much as you know, KK government is pride itself of the ability to walk and chew gum, the ability to pay its debt and as well still keep the country running. You know, there is no way you can say that now it's when Kenya has had issues with debt. Kenya has always had debt. Why is it that now it's when debt is so much what informs our discussion? Yet even Uhuru had debts, Kibaki had debts, more equally had debts. Of course, you can say that Ruto maybe found it at a higher level as compared to the other presidents before him. But then again, we are a country that every day we collect our revenue. We are a country that we are not as poor, right? We are not in war crisis or issues that makes us unable to collect our revenue and our taxes and everything that makes the government to run. Other presidents seemed to succeed despite the challenges of corruption, taxes, and all. Because Ruto still can say he found a drought, as you're speaking about, but who suffered more than Uhuru when COVID literally shut the country? Like for real, COVID really shut inchi kabisa, but the country never stopped. Like the economy never felt as though it has tinkered down. But with Ruto, we are yet to feel the impact, despite him not having major issues. Let me not call them majors per se, but we are yet to be in positions that we can say as a country is as difficult as some of the presidents who went before him. So why is he unable to come out as a strong president, someone who is able to govern the country properly? We are able to see him despite the challenges, because leadership is not you shining in good days. It is you shining even in worst of days. Why are we yet to see or feel the rays of the sun emanating from the president? It's like it's one difficulty to another, no positivity. All even what you'll try to tell us maybe would be what he's saying, but not really what he has done. Why do you think that is the issue with William Ruto?
Me, I don't know. What do you mean? You are here to see what? We are doing very well. Our foreign policy and our state in the foreign. We are doing very well. We have been involved.
Okay, what informs your argument?
Let me talk.
What are you? Yeah, as you're talking, as I want you to also inform the public. What informs your argument? What makes you say we are doing well? What are the indicators? What shows that our economy is doing well? What are the indicators that we are better off than we were last year or years before?
Besides the economy, in the issues of foreign relations, we are really doing well. We are doing well in our region, in our continent, and globally. You know, when it comes to election, we had a successful election. There was no chaos except few storms in Bila and Kisumu. So really, I can tell you, we are doing very well. The issue of economy, we remove subsidies, and we have never gone to recession. What is happening is just inflation, price of common goods like sugar, you know, maize. This is basic this inflation. The global supply chains are disrupted. Our local production is at its lowest because of drought and also some policies which were really
the fact that you don't have issues top on your head, you don't have like factual things you can point out directly in our country. Don't, talking about that we are doing well globally does not really translate to that person in Turkana feeling that we are doing well globally. If the president receives a standing ovation in a meeting that he spoke so well, does that mean that back home things are well?
What do you mean things are bad? We are not at war. It's just Tigray and Kisumu throwing stones. The issue
throwing over stone doesn't really mean that the country is doing well or the country is doing badly. In any case, people might be silent, but that doesn't mean they're happy.
What is I want to understand from you, what is it that is just inflation, the issue of women? Otherwise, we are not really in recession. Our economy is running. We are collecting taxes. We are paying our debt. What is the issue?
Why is it now that debt is like everything? It's like before you speak of anything, speak of debt. Yet, as I've asked you rightly, this is not the first time Kenya has had debt. Ruto will not be the first president to incur debt, or rather to have this or face challenges of debt. Neither will he be the last. But why is it that this regime, it has amplified the issue of debt, that we are yet to see mega projects begin? We are yet to see anything that it's worth mentioning happening. The best you can say is we are doing well globally simply because someone talked well and he received us.
My brother, I told you we are here to read the budget. You are mute. You are mute.
KK.
Yes, SG. Who is that?
Edgar.
Hey, Edgar.
How are you?
I'm very fine, sir.
Why are you misleading the listeners and viewers?
About what?
When you say, first of all, there's a question that Jake asked you in the first place when you came in about the emerging opposition within UDA and the Kenya Kwanza government. I think you are losing it big time as a government because, number one, we are seeing a very divided sect that people cannot speak their mind freely. If they do that, KK umetoroka.
No, Nico, just go on. You want to see me?
Tunaona if they try to speak, they are being told that you will see and you will know that I'm the one who is in charge of the government. So what I want to tell you, I want to take you back from 2005. What happened actually during yes/no campaign? You remember the Raila's camp, the Kalonzo's camp, and actually they brought in Uhuru. When such issues start coming in, we're actually going to see a birth of a new political wing within UDA or Kenya Kwanza, so to speak. So believe you me, your president is going to lose a lot in this, because if you want to know what Kenyans are really feeling about this new proposed bill, is what our Mushomba is arguing about. But now, away from that, I want to dispute the fact that you're saying we are doing well. How do you want to tell me that we are doing well, KK, if NHIF has gone broke? We are doing well when government is not even able to pay the salaries of civil servants without struggling. You are saying we are doing well, yet we are in a nation where sectors such as education is going down. We are doing well when opposition is cannot even meet an eye or meet face to face with government. We are in a divided nation. So if you're saying that we're doing well because Ruto went somewhere, spoke about things that are irrelevant to us as common mwananchi, then I want to say that you are absolutely wrong. I want you to speak without being a psychopath. Let me use that.
That is an insult.
Allow me to use that for now. But
no, it's okay. It's okay. It's not an insult, by the way. I'm a psychopath, and
yeah, which is very wrong. You know, a psychopath say yes, just like Gachagua anasema yeye alikuwa dio, so everything that president says, he's saying yes, which is very dangerous to us. You know, that is a situation where you cannot even correct a mistake when the president makes a mistake. But another thing, I see a government which is collapsing even before the end of 2 years. Ruto will not finish his term peacefully. Can I tell you why?
No, you know, I don't expect
the reason.
I don't expect you to be optimistic about this government. So you can truth. As well give me a reason. But say yes, give me your reason.
You see, in you remember the civil unrest, what was happening in North Africa? What happened in North Africa? I think, was it last year or 2 years ago? 2 years ago. People rose against the government because of certain policies that were not going well with them. That is the same thing that Kenyans will realize that this thing is actually meant to kill us slowly before so regardless of where you come from. In fact, I always watch some comments from Rift Valley. And believe you me, majority of Rift Valley residents are not happy with the way Kenya is being run. Reason? Ruto promised to reduce the cost of living and the cost of commodities. He actually failed to do that. There's nothing, just as the way Jakes is saying, that we are yet to feel this government. No, nothing at all has been achieved within these 8 months. But remember when Kibaki came in, free education was made, ilifanyika within 2 months. Wakati watoto walikuwa nafungua shule, it was already in place. Uhuru the same thing, aliingia tu hivi within 3 months, stima zilishaanza kusambazwa through the last mile or something of that sort, and we saw stima ilikuwa inawekwa mpaka kwa nyumba za nyasi, which was quite a plus. But with this government, all we are seeing, tumepata deni. Yes, Kenya imekuwa na deni, lakini hata hizo government zingine zenye zimepita zimekuwa na deni.
Na acha nikuulize before you go on.
Na usisahau kidogo tu na kuachia ndio ulize. And Mark, we are paying taxes daily. In fact, mimi nilifile excess, niliandikia KRA wanirudishie pesa yangu. But they're saying that they are unable to do some things. So let's say, for example, NHIF. Ni nini sasa inafanya NHIF ikose pesa? Pesa ya NHIF inaenda wapi? Where is it going? So back to what Jake said. By the end of this year, we are going to see another Tanga Nikieleweke group. True. Eh? It's going to be messy. Uliza swali sasa KK.
As in I told you, mtatazama tu, oh, he's a one-term president, sijui, sijui nini. These things are common, we talk about these things severally. Sijui Mount Kenya hii, Mount Kenya that,
Nataka kusikia ile swali ulikuwa nataka
alafu
kuuliza
especially kuna hii issue ya sijui wanajaribu kupiganisha Kalenjins and Kikuyu. Sisi tulimaliza story zetu na Kikuyu pale Afra Stadium, and I want to tell you whatever happens,
I'm
we
not
will
talking
never
about
go
that.
back to where.
I'm talking about real issues.
I'm
talking about real issues that is affecting the common mwananchi,
I'm
you and I.
telling you, I'm giving you the way you get this rhetorics of there is a disturbance with Kenya Kwanza. There is a.
No, I've not mentioned that. I've not said that.
You say there's a function coming. There will be a function of Tanga Tanga and Kiloke in Kenya Kwanza. I want to give you where you get this rhetorics.
It's not
I want to
rhetoric.
give you where this noise come from.
Where is Wamushomba? Is he reading from the same script with the government?
Why don't you talk about MP for Langata?
Who?
Why are you looking at? Let me tell you, my friend. These things you will never be when you find yourself. Huh?
Jalango is a confused guy. He's Ruto's president.
Yeah, same case to Wamushomba. Wamushomba is a busybody.
No, but he's saying the truth. There are several MPs who cannot speak their mind because they wanaogopa intimidation from Gachagua. But if they can have, if kama anaweza kuwa tu that freely,
I don't think I don't think MPs from Mount Kenya can be intimidated by anybody. Those guys are, it's not like uko Rift Valley, uko unafuata mtu hivi. Those guys are please talk about something else.
The caliber you have. The caliber of MPs in Mount Kenya are just, they were, I don't know. It's unfortunate to say this. I know it is going to hurt you, but since independence hatujawahi kuwa na wakilishi wa bunge kama wale tuko nao. They look useless. They are not visionary. You remember in the days of independence, we had Gishoros, the Bildan Kagia, the Kimadis. After that, Moyera, we had the Matibas, the Rubias, the Koigwa Mwere, the Wangari Madai. Now we have someone like Jaguar, Dede Nyoro, even Wamushomba. These are class of people that, sorry to say, we are very ashamed of them. Dede Nyoro, they are very horror. They are very horror. They lack the capacity to lead. They look like for example, a senator from Nyandaro called Meb. He talks like as if he is sick in the head. He's talking about how to get rid of pombe, aweke picha kwa club ya Raila Odinga. It is unfortunate we have that kind of. But anyway, in politics, people grow. And I think people have realized they made a very big mistake. They believed in UDA. But now, because I'm in Kiambu and I walk around central Kenya, many people are questioning their decisions because life has doubled. Everything that Ruto promised, he is taking a U-turn on it. Coffee, the one they had said they would buy at when Kibaki was Uhuru was there, coffee was being bought at 105, 120 to even 130 shillings per kg. In Gachagua and Ruto's time, they are buying at 55 bob. And therefore, brother, I don't think there will be a hallelujah moment come whatever time there will be an election. I don't think there will be Kumera and those things. There were so many things that were happening. And therefore, people are jittery. People don't find any hope in this government. It's unfortunate. I know, there was a time, and I want you to be very objective, my brother, because sometimes it's not about hate of anybody. In fact, I know
It
there are
is
many Kalenjins who are suffering. They are suffering this government because they cannot access granary, for example, those who are selling maize and stuff like that. So I know it is painful to defend, to not defend a person you speak the same language. That one I know. It's always good. It's easy. It's an easy thing to pick that I'll defend Ruto because I speak. But in your pocket and many people's pocket, he has vandalized their pocket. He has actually, for lack of a better word, I use a Kiswahili word, amevuruga what we call disposable income. So we are in a situation where people are asking, did we really make and if you look at it, and this is something you can look at it from an objective point of view, which group might be so disappointed? Is it the Kenya Kwanza group of the Azimio? You'll find that the Kenya Kwanza group, the hustlers, might join Azimio more because of the unfulfilled promises. So it's a matter of looking at it in an objective manner. Ruto and his government is doing nothing to the people of Kenya. The only thing they are concentrating on is non-issues. For example, he went to Djibouti, he's giving us visa. I mean, how many people have visa in this country? In the finance bill, he's giving subsidy to helicopters and whatever. Who owns an helicopter in this country? You know, there are things that, my brother, when you look at them, you see it's a lost cause. I don't want you to be so much hopeful that Mount Kenya will support Ruto 2027. I think he has lost they have lost his trust. He had a very good goodwill from the Mount Kenya people. But I think
you remember what you used to tell us here until hatukuwa tunaruhusiwa hata kuingia hii channel. You remember? So
no, you know. Let me tell you. I will stand, and the reason why I've never changed is because I believe that Raila Molo won. That's a fact.
Yeah.
All what Ruto wanted was a good basket of votes so that he can top up. He didn't steal a lot, but he had to top up with about 1-point-something million so that he wins. But the fact remains he didn't win. That's a fact. If we could have, we can open the server. We can open the. I can tell you from my. I can even tell you from my place I voted from. There was no vote for Baba, and I voted for Baba. That is Chebukati stealing. So for me, I'll tell you.
Where was the agents? Why didn't you go to court?
Do we need any? Why do we need agents? Why do we need agents in a system?
Don't complain and talk about servers.
Are there agents in the US? Akuna. You know the thing we're arguing here is Chebukati was paid. He was paid by Ruto, and nobody. Akuna mtu ajui hiyo. They were paid. They paid those. In fact, if you look at it, it is his style. Today he is paying all the bloggers in Kenya.
Why did you
He's paying all the bloggers. Let me tell you, I'm happy that Raila did not get the seat. I'm happy that Ruto stole. Do you know why I'm happy? Because Raila hata saa hii maybe anakunywa whiskey mahali anacheka tu. Well, the other guy, the one who imposed on us, he has debts to pay. He has governance to deal with. He has NHIF to deal with. He has myriads of problems, and it is good so that people realize it is not easy. Why should you steal an election and do nothing? That's the question you ask yourself. Why should you steal an election and become one of the most incompetent president in the world? It doesn't make sense.
There is no way. Mnatuambia tuliibiwa 5 times. Kwani nyinyi hamwezi iba? Mko na uhuru, mko na
kama hiyo ni culture. In the many people's culture, I think Kenyans wants to see a culture where people are responsible. hii mambo ya
we
kupropagate wizi is like it is an achievement. To me, I think we should grow,
it is you
because
guys crying about
I mean
kuibiwa na hakuna mtu amewaibia,
we
mmeshindwa
would.
clean.
I'll tell you for free. Anything to do with glorifying theft, I think that is taking Kenya to the longest. That is why we see corruption all over in Kenya Kwanza, because they believe you should steal. The only sin in Kenya Kwanza ni kukunywa pombe. If you listen to Gashagwa and Ruto, the only problem they have is watu wanakunywa pombe, but they still, tunasikianga wameiba shamba, wameiba mabibi za watu, wamefanya hivi. So what is what? You know, that's the thing. We should not glorify. Yeah, we should not glorify theft. Ni kama nimeachwa peke yangu leo, wacha nijibambe. Therefore, Kenyans, it is high time we bring up a country that we can all be proud of, because surely things are not okay. Yeah, the situation in our schools, they're not good. Capitation is not there. There is no national insurance. I mean, everything is falling down. I think it's a high time we speak. We have an honest opinion, and we talk and say, what should we do? Because it seems the government is hell bent on not listening to Kenya. What they are more interested on is how do we how do we buy bloggers? How do we buy politicians? You know, that is, to me, it's an old script. It will not work in this generation. The young people in this generation wants to see results, and they want to see them immediately. So for me, from where I sit, I think we have lost it. And I want to tell Kenyans, let us support what is good. In fact, I love the idea of housing. In fact, I've always wanted a government to interfere or intervene in the issue of housing. But who is this person, or who are these people who are going to take care of your funds? That's the question. If NHIF funds cannot be found, sijui they are, it's like a ping pong game. You're taken, zimetolewa sijui zimetolewa treasury, zimerudishwa kwa fund, zimetolewa consolidated. What about the levy, housing levy? See what haichezea hivyo. So let us be open-minded. Nobody hates the president. I don't hate him. In fact, I love him. I find him as an articulate man and a meticulous man. But I don't think we are doing good. And that is what we are doing. It's always good to be having Kenyans who are open, who can tell the king, the emperor, you're naked. You remember that story of the naked emperor? Yeah, nobody could tell the emperor he has a trouser that people could see his private parts. Nobody could. Everybody was telling him, praising him. Uko poa, unakaa mzuri, uko sawa. But ikafika mahali emperor, kijana mwingine akaenda akamguza, akamwambia mkubwa, ni kama uchi wako iko nje. So brethren, let us tell the president the truth. Let us tell the president that he is naked. Telling the president he is naked, it is not a bad thing. It's just to show him that whatever you're doing is not right. This finance bill is basically a shakahora kind of a finance bill. There is nothing to take home for the people. Hello? Oh, watu wamerudi. You know, I started now giving stories, Bwana Jakes.
Pole, leo I'm having ni ile siku, I'm telling you. It is that day. And I'm so sorry. But anyway.
I was left alone. I started lecturing Kenyans. You know, for free.
You see, nilitoka alafu ikapoteza, what do we call it, ikapoteza, inaitwa nini, ikanitoa. So sasa I had to look for that guy up there mwenye anajiita Zakayo, so he had to help. Nisaidie kutoa hii comment iko hapa chini please.
Oh yeah.
Hata hiyo ya thank you for watching. Kumbe it's difficult doing it via the phone, eh?
Yeah, mobile is not the solution of everything.
Well, I tell you, Leo I've had one of the longest. But anyway, above all, thank you guys for watching.
Kwani
We are here
unakuanga Kuwait? Hello?
ati ninakwanga Kuwait.
Ama huko kwa milima huko kwa pahali network iko na kusumbua leo sana.
Mimi niko tu hizi maeneo, niko tu. So anyway, but SG, if I may ask you, what really seems to be Ruto's main challenge? Is it the leaders he chose? Is it, like when I talk of leaders, I talk of the CSAs, Is it that they have failed to help him shine? Is it that he's biting more than he can chew? Is it that because he's a one-man show? Why is it we are yet to really feel this government? It's almost a year now, and there's not so many things you can praise the government about. Unlike other previous regime, where a government wants to shine in its first years, it wants to do so well so that people can feel there's a new regime and a new sheriff in town. Why is it that in Ruto's case, it's more more drama? If it's not Shakahola, as I had initially said, ni mambo tu. Challenge ni nini bana we?
Najua Ruto alichagua very, the day I said here and somebody, na mimi unajua I speak my mind. It's always good to have an opinion. Opinion is good. And that's why I was even challenging KK that I have never changed my principle. Who I voted for Raila Odinga, I'll always be on that side, because even being in opposition is a position. And therefore, the problem I find it with Ruto is one. Ruto lacks exposure. And Ruto lacks what we call international advisors. And you can get those international advisors even with Kenyans like Alex Media, who lives in the United States of America. They can tell you, when you have a friend like that, you can be sure before you implement something, you call him and say, by then nikuwa na hii kitu ya Hustler Fund, can it work? Has anything like that ever happened in the United States? So problem ya Ruto ni kwamba this guy is a local boy. And what I mean by a local boy, he was born in Sugoi, went into a primary school there, a nursery school. He went to a primary school there, secondary school. He then came to Nairobi University. Yeye amekuwa akizunguka tu town, mtaa hii ya hapa South B, hapo anatoka hapo. So to him, even with his friends, very few people have international exposure. And therefore, when you don't have international exposure, you want to solve local problem using local solutions. Eventually, it backfires on you like nonsense. And therefore, those are things that I find.
Wewe unaita president wetu jogoo wa shamba.
Jogoo wa shamba ameshindwa kuika town. So hiyo ndio problem ako nayo, lakini tunaweza msaidia watu kama sisi tumesomea Harvard. Naweza mwambia hizi, this is not product, this is not possible, this is not possible. So anajikaranga na mafuta yake, basically. That's what I'm saying, because you can see what he is promising. Some of these things are not practical. Nilikuwa naambiwa kama hiyo nduthi amepromise ya stima, hiyo inakuja September. Hiyo nduthi is there. There is those ndudhis, yes, they are there. But now hiyo nduthi haiwezi beba zile ngunia za makaa zinabebangwa na mahindi Nairobi. It can't. It has no power. And then you have to have a lot of logistics. Lazima kuwe na petrol stations zimedesigniwa na hizo batteries. So most of these things he promises, he doesn't do what we call due diligence. Si kupenda kwake. He's a local boy. Local boy, they need a lot of advice so that they do the whatever. So I hope I've answered you, or I've tried to answer you. But to me, I find him not exposed.
Okay. Kenya Rebel, if I may ask you, sir, why do you think this government is yet to be felt? Because I don't know if you are following. We have had other governments before this one. They also equally had their own challenges. Not that it is unique to William Ruto. If it is the issue of debt, Mwai Kibaki found the same. If there are challenges, Mwai Kibaki equally inherited challenges from Moi. Moi as well inherited from Kenyatta. Uhuru as well inherited some challenges from Kibaki. Ruto as well has inherited some challenges, but he seems not to be in a position to rise above them and shine. And people really feel that they have a government they can count on, a government that cares, a government responsible for its citizen, a government that it's not just out there to make promises and fail to deliver, a government that is able to really bring out an element of people trusting it, people believing in it, people believing in their president, people seeing the president as a unifying factor. Sorry for that. Because the constitution recognizes him as a symbol of national unity. That one is brought out by so many elements, including his ability to govern, the way he leads the country, the way he conducts himself, his utterances. Why is it that Mwananchi down here feels as though this government is yet to really make an impact in their life?
Yes, thank you, Jake. About ESG, Alex uko nyuma ya video. First, I wanted to tell ndugu yangu SG, if Ruto employs Alex Media or palliative care, hii itabomoka bwana. Anyway, that's just a quick a jump to Alex. But on a serious note, you're right, Jakes, by saying that every president faced their own unique challenges. Kibaki came in after 24 years of Moi's rule, and he made some significant changes. So it was very kama your free education ya primary school kids. It was a huge change, which we could see after 24 years of Azimio. He improved the economy, not to the state where we would like it to be, but at least it was a huge change after 24 years of Moi's nonsense. Okay, so the change, we could feel it after a while. Within the 3 months or whatever. Okay, but we should not also run away from this. Kibaki was also a mess. We kind of forget so much. Yeah. Hizo maskandalo zake, Two Brothers, hiyo pesa iko napotea, all that nonsense. Okay, so Kibaki is not a saint as we like to paint him right now. Same thing with Uhuru. I was here a few days ago, and Alex was asking the panelists, where did this mess start? Economic new years are happy. And each one of them, both Kenya Kwanza and Azimio supporters saying, agreed that it has an Uhuru. Okay? So we recognize that this thing started with Uhuru's regime. Okay? We cannot run away from that. Now, you ask, why are Kenyans not feeling this? And James also mentioned that it seems like everything is about debt. According to Article 202, the first bill that the Kenyan government should pay should go to debt. Okay? You should service the debt. When you get hiyo ninio pesa tumechukua kutoka kwa KRA, we gather, it goes to debt number 1. Then mambo ingine, policies zingine. All right? And of course, Ruto has inherited a huge debt compared to Kibaki and Uhuru. And these are debts that were not being paid by the previous regimes. Where were they going? They were being misappropriated. So the can has been kicked down the road. Now, it's Nani's turn to deal with the can. So is he going to kick it down to the next regime for 10 years? Or is he going to handle that? Now, if he's going to tackle that, he needs to be creative. That can mean overtaxation, which people like me are saying, no, that is not the solution. You saw he came up with a 3.6 trillion budget, which we are saying, no, you can do some other things besides taxing the already overtaxed section of the nation, okay? People like me, and I like to associate myself with Okiom Tata's proposal. Let's find out those who misappropriate these loans that were taken. For example, the SGL one, which did not even get to Kenya. That money didn't even land in Kenya. It was in Chinese banks. But Kenyans are footing a bill for that. That's an example. So if we go for people like that and repatriate that money, or write off that debt, because that's why he came up with this odious debt, and it's under the UN, it can be done. If that debt, that loan was borrowed illegally by, for example, Uhuru's regime, then Uhuru is liable to pay that debt, not the Kenyan people, and it should be written off. Okay? So that's an example of what I'm using. But, so why are people not feeling the change, the immediate change? Number one, it's been what, eight months? Let's put things into perspective, all right? The first 5 months have been mirrored by Huruma, where you're not legitimate. Okay, so when it's up, 20 wapi, you know, the country's still on that electioneering mode, because Raila and his brigade are saying you're not legitimate. Fungua sava, mara maandamano, mara nini. That's where people are thinking. So the legitimacy issue is there. That's number one. So now in a kunof kidogo maandamano is in Isha. Okay, economy. Let's look at economy. What is he doing? Okay, I always mention there are few things that he's doing that's good, like subsidizing farming. Okay, to boost the economy, boost production of food. That's a plus. Where Ruto is going wrong is ujinga promising things that he's not delivering as he promised. So people are looking at him like, what are you doing? What is the hivi bei ya ninyo itaenda chini? We are not seeing the results. Okay? So if he was to hire Alex, as SG has told us here, Alex should go tell Ruto, there's a couple of things that you can do to restore confidence on wananchi. Okay? Number one, first of all, go after these people who have been eating this money. Let's recoup this money, all right? Hii budget yako, number one, because that's the topic right now. This is the financial bill, especially with regards to housing. Yeah? This is a disaster. Put it on the back front, Nenio, in the back burner. Let's deal with how we can revitalize the economy. Because if you can recruit more people into this economy, you'll have more taxpayers. If you have more people working, you can gather more what? Revenue. And if you can have more revenue, we can be able to service our debt. Okay? So these are the things you should be doing and communicating that effectively. Mambo ya kupigana na Raila na sijui nini and promising things that is sijui electric pikipiki in September. If you can't deliver it in September, guess what? People will see you as Zakayo Mwongo. So there are things that he can do to restore confidence. But so far, to be fair, and I would argue that he's not doing anything to do that, to restore confidence. But again, he is there for 8 months. He can change his mind and listen to the Kenyan people and focus on what can actually improve the country as far as rectifying the economy, getting this money back, fighting corruption in a real way. Other than that, I don't know. There's nothing else.
SG, if I may ask you, do you find Ruto coming out as Mr. Know-it-all?
Yeah. You see, that's the other problem he has. He is Ruto advises himself. Ruto supervises himself. Ruto implements. That is where the problem is also, because you look at all the ministers. I think it was by design. He put very timid ministers with issues to do with corruption and a lot of court cases, so that they don't talk. For example, how do you expect the minister in Turi to talk bad against Ruto, or to implement something that is against Ruto, and also to advise? I think he can't, because if you try to pull that and the president knows your weaknesses, then hizo videos inatokea na hiyo evidence inatoka. So that is the other problem I see in him. But I also wanted to tell that is it revolutionary? I'm gonna revolutionary. What is that name?
Yeah.
Is it an English word?
Yeah, it is. Ni venye ni mrefu sana, so inatanzia ndimi.
Inaitwa Kenya Revolutionary.
It is more of a rebel, then revolutionary.
Yes.
Vitu kama hizo tu.
Revolutionary stands for rebellion against an oppressive system. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I think I didn't know about that. It's good you taught me about it. I wanted to ask you, what is subsidizing farm produce or agriculture to you? Is fertilizer subsidizing but you see that is the only thing you like about this government? I wanted to ask you, how do you give subsidy to the farmers?
Okay, like I say, if you lower prices on fertilizer, for example, that's a step to encourage higher production. Okay, because farmers, what we face, the most farmers in the world, not even in Kenya, is prices of let's say seeds. Seeds is cheap, okay, but fertilizers, things like that, instruments for farming. No, that's what. Let me give you an example. The reason why most countries, especially in Europe, are against GMO seeds, which are patented, is because they're expensive. If the government forces the people to buy those seeds and also the fertilizers that come from the Western corporations, especially in Africa and even in Europe, the farmers cannot manage to do their farming because they are so expensive to a point where you can't do it on a massive scale. Okay? Now, coming back to Kenya, if the government says, hey, hii prices ya fertilizer, nitawarudishia chini. Prices ya, let's say, instruments of farming, kitu kama hicho, because the point is to increase our production to a point where, let's say, if we have droughts, we'll have reserves where we don't have to kusema, hey, wacha tuendeni Zambia tukaombe watu wa Zambia huko, or hizi GMO, chakula cha GMO tulete Kenya, so that we can feed the people who are in hunger. Okay, that's looking forward. That's what the previous government has always failed to do. But again, I understand why some of them do, because part of the masharti, part of the requirements, when you take these Western loans, IMF, World Bank loans, they tell you that you can only produce to a certain amount. Okay, and they also tell you what products that you are supposed to produce. That is part of it. That's why you see African countries are always, there's starvation. And if you look at the correlation between the starvation, lack of enough food, and the amount of money that they owe to the IMF, which is part of the nexus of Western corporations and Western banks. This is what happens because they want to keep you poor so you can be dependent on them. Okay? So yes, to answer your question, government can help farmers, small-time farmers, big-time farmers, produce more so we can have more food, and in effect, it brings the prices of chakula chini, unga inaenda chini. The more maize we have, the lesser demand we have. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
but you know, the only thing government is doing in Kenya is to
Yes.
give you fertilizer cheaply, but the begus, the machinery, the labor, you know, that's why sometimes when I see them saying that we are subsidizing CG production, I wonder what is the cost of production? Does the cost of production only mean fertilizer? Does it mean energy? Does it mean transportation? Does it mean machinery, tractors, and so on, and so forth and so forth? Because in my little farm, even if you give me fertilizer and you don't pay for my labor and my begus, oh my God, and even water, sometimes surely it is not helping the production part. But anyway, I understand something
that is
that you
true.
have seen in other countries which even have no rain. Yeah, they have no rain and they do it. Yes.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, you're right. Subsidizing farming is not limited to just free fertilizer or cheap fertilizer. You're right. It's a whole whether it's transportation, it's instruments that you need, vitu kama hizo. So you're right in that, and the government should do that. And another interesting point that I also wanted to mention, especially which is tied to transportation, I had Cheregei say in one interview, he said that the World Bank recommended that they do not subsidize the consumption of fuel. Basically, the government buying fuel and selling it to the wananchi cheap because they wanted to do that. But the IMF and World Bank told them not to do that, which was a perfect example of what I'm saying, that the Western government, they want to control how much we pay for these commodities, okay? Because they want a stronghold on us. That's why I say Ruto will probably not succeed unless he goes against what they're recommending. But he can't because we owe them money. So that's why people like me are saying this. Since we owe them money, let's look at these loans that we have historically taken. Were they taken illegally? How are they spent? Who are responsible? Okay, so we can pay them back so we can do whatever we want. As far as we can produce however much we want, we can, pay for whatever things, anything, whether it's in whatever that's in that bill that he's proposing, the 3.6 trillion Kenyan shilling budget. If we have the money, we don't have to squeeze the common mwananchi to pay that extra 3% to fund this proposal, because we'll have the money, we shall take care of that. So that's what I mean. But you're right to say, subsidizing farming is not limited to just the fertilizer. And if the government is not helping you in other aspects of farming, then it's kind of not effective. But I think it's a step. I like that because it's a step. He talks about increasing the production of food that we already have. So that's a good thing. Because Kenya, that's one of the main issues that we suffer from since Siku za Moi, even going back, famine and lack of enough food, people dying of hunger. It shouldn't happen that way. Yes.
Okay. Now, Kenya Rebel, there is what Kamau is asking. You have factored in just fertilizer and maybe farm input, and he's bringing out a very interesting question. Apart from agriculture, Kenya has so many other ways that it makes, or rather other factors that we consider, either in production or even improving an economy. For instance, we have tourism, we have sports, we have, we have industries, we have manufacturing, we have so many things that if the government only chooses to factor in fertilizer, and it is like it's the only major thing it speaks about. Every time they begin to speak about what the government is doing, it's about fertilizer. Now, our farming isn't that impressive.
Jakes, before you go ahead, Kenya is an economy.
Correct. I agree.
Right?
I agree.
Okay.
But our farming isn't that. How do I put it?
Where it's supposed to be as far as production.
We don't even irrigate big lands of land so as to say we truly are an agro-business country. We rely on rains that at times fail. God forbid if rains fail this year, it will still be tragic. Now, how does William Ruto balance it so that it's not so much into one thing as if it is the only thing? Because it's more of fertilizer. Then what? You have brought fertilizer with the hope that it will rain. Okay. What have you done to the seeds? What have you done to labor? Because as Kamau rightfully says, you still need labor for people to go work in these farms. What have you done in terms of marketing? People will harvest. Are there ready markets? What have you done in terms of also helping the consumers that they have money to even purchase? Right? Or will we have a case that before even I go to the case that we might be having, are the roads ready that in the event we harvest, there are roads that are ready for this harvest, whether bumper or not, to be transported to the market near Mwananchi? Or you are focusing on one ingredient of farming vis-a-vis other things that still affect farming and other forms of production, including land and many other things. What do you think? Is Ruto overblowing the fertilizer issue simply because he has been able to supply the fertilizer? How well, I'm not sure, but is he overdoing it? Yet by the end of the day, there are so many other factors that people are looking at, and they are yet to feel the impact.
I can't speak for Ruto. I don't know what informs his decision on fertilizer. But let me say this. We can't say that we use that excuse as that we solely depend on rainfall for our agricultural process to take through. I mean, let's take an example of Libya before he got bombed. Gaddafi built what do you call it? A pipe that ile iko na vuta maji kilometers away from what's that lake? What's that in Egypt? It was the biggest in its history, but it was bombed anyway. Because Libya is a desert, okay? But I'm gonna vuta maji from that canal, or Egypt, whatever, to irrigate farm in the deserts, okay? So what I'm trying to say is this: there are many ways in which Ruto can deal with this problem. Okay, it's not limited to fertilizer only. Okay, you mentioned roads and the equipment and all that. Yes, that's also important. But I'm saying this. That's why I said I don't know what else he's doing in that regard. For what I heard from his speech when he said we have to increase production because we cannot go on having mwaka nenda mwaka rudi. We don't have enough food. When the rain stops, we don't have food. So we definitely have to. And also it will bring the prices down. So a good start was the fertilizers, because that's the main issue that most farmers, maybe from his constituency, because Rift Valley is the agricultural center of Kenya, okay, followed by Central and other places, but Rift Valley. So that's why I said I don't know what informed his decision to only focus on highlight fertilizer. Maybe that's what most farmers from where he's from his data collection are complaining, that that's the problem. To fertilizer is the main problem. But yes, it's a whole system when it comes to transportation, roads, and all that. He can do that. Okay. The main reason I'm saying is this: as long as the farmer has the condition, the right condition to produce huge industrial scale farming, that is what we need, because we need to have enough food where we can even store it good to last us for 5 years. So he's taking a good step. He's taking a good step. I don't know what else he's doing, but just to say that. Now, economy is not only limited to that. You mentioned Kenyan economy is bigger than that. Okay, we can have different industry. Like I said, last time, Mr. Okia mentioned about the metal that has been found in Busia. What about that? We can stop charging people from $175 to export metal, steel. Okay, because worldwide a pattern. Let me rephrase it. Okay, right now in Kenya, Kenyan government, I think they charge you $175 if you export a ton of Kenyan steel, and internationally, exportation of a ton of steel is 108. So basically, they are discouraging the Kenyan companies to export this. Now we can reverse that by bringing the prices down of exportation, because exports, that's where you make money. Kama vile huko Busia wamepatania, if you have a company there that produces this stuff, digs this stuff from the ground and can process it and export it, that's an industry by itself that can revitalize the whole of Busia County. Okay, whatever county he is on. I don't know if Busia is a county, but that's one aspect of an industry that can help Kenya economically, because it will get people to get more jobs. They can pay bills, they can pay taxes, and we can get more revenue. That's an example.
Okay. Yeah. Now, Kenya Rebel, I love what you're saying, but there is other elephant in the room. You have subsidized fertilizer, you have brought it to the farmers. Yet the other day we saw a raid in a store where thousands of bags were had been stolen of fertilizer, and people are repackaging it in different packs so that they can sell it. Now, if a government cannot control the chain of production, in terms of the chain of supply rather, in terms of making sure that the money, because this fertilizer, as much as it has been subsidized, money has been spent on it, right? How comes it's finding its way in scrupulous dealers who are using it to make more money from the Kenyan sweat? Because taxes have been used to purchase this fertilizer, probably at a higher price or subsidized price, so that by the time inafikia mwananchi it comes at 3,500 thereabout. Why is it that as much as we are using money to bring this fertilizer, it's now being stolen, right? Repackaged and resold at a higher price? Are we not conning ourselves?
Where was it stolen? Is it a nationwide phenomenon, or is it a secluded incident?
Sorry, today I'm on the phone, so I'm unable to really play such videos. But there was an expose, I think 3 days ago, where police discovered a store with over 50,000 bags of fertilizer that is not for sale, or rather it's the one that the government is selling or distributing it to farmers, that farmers can be able to get it at a subsidized price. But some dealers, if I may call them that, for probably lack of a better word, because those ones are criminals, they are repackaging from GOK bags to bags with different label and then reselling it at 6,000 at other prices. So as one, already I'm sure they have not bought it. They stole it. So it is a zero cost on them, right? Same to what happened to sugar, the one that was in the store. do we have a problem with the supply in which the government supplies to its citizen? Because it is the same issue in KEMSA, it's the same issue in the cabs and all, because what happens with this chain of supply that things before zifikie mwananchi, including relief food, sometimes nakutaka food meant for people in drought stricken areas, in disaster stricken areas, not going to those guys, but probably finding its ways in people's shelf, on people's shelf rather. Is it an issue with how the government distributes? Is it an issue with the law enforcement and law officers and people in charge of supply of government issues, so that hata fertilizer yenye inafaa ifikie mkulima kwa bei poa kwanza inaporwa, right? So that by the time hata mkulima anapata, the quantity is already compromised, right? What the government ordered from out, what eventually lands in our country, and what eventually reaches the farmer, the maths eventually don't add up. Is it that we lack a proper procurement procedure in terms of from how we buy, how we bring it to our country, how we distribute it until the last bag to the last person? Is there a loophole in the chain of supply, especially from government's end? Because if you look at KEMSA, it's the same issue, right? When you look at other government institutions that deals with procurement and supply of issues, name it, fertilizer, mosquito net, COVID kits and all, is there a loophole in the chain of supply?
I wanted to ask, that's why I don't have information on how that's why I asked you, was it an isolated incident, or has this been happening across the nation? Because
I wouldn't even call it isolated. Think about it. Sugar the other day ilipotea. If you remember, sukari ilipotea. It was in, do I call it in stores? I don't know if they are government stores or what, but sugar worth, let's call it the whatever price it was. But
the bad sugar.
Ilipotea in its thousands of kgs or tons. Hiyo ni sukari kidogo days later ndio hii fertilizer, na hii ni yenye imepatikana. What of hile haijapatikana? You know, maybe this one is just an isolated case in terms of itu ni yenye wame expose. What of the many that goes unnoticed?
Jakes, that's why. Okay, let's go one by one. Let's start with this fertilizer. Okay. I don't know what the chain of command is, chain of distribution this thing goes, but I'm assuming when the president, once they get this fertilizer into the country, in case they get it outside the country, they will distribute it or give it to the counties that need it, right? Is that how they do it, or maybe they do it differently?
I don't know. I think so. I'm not sure.
Because I'm assuming that's what happens. So let's say if the government brings this thing, wakasema, okay, Siaya County needs 150 bags of fertilizer, okay? Wakadeliver huko, the government wakawachia county, all right? Now, if the police wasimamishe lorry or whatever the case, warehouse, and they find those 150 bags of fertilizer in somewhere where it has been repackaged to, it's no longer GOK package, whatever, to be sold to somebody for another Alineo. I would say once the national government hands it over to the Siaya County, it is up to the Siaya County government to see that this is distributed to the farmers that want to buy in that subsidized price. That's what I'm assuming they're doing.
Can I answer that question?
Okay, go ahead, George.
Okay, I salute you all. Well, first today.
Amekatika.
Go ahead before he comes back. I think network mkwenye yako.
But that's what I was trying to essentially saying is this. If the government, the national government, gives the fertilizer to the counties that need for the farmers that need it in that specific county. Okay, if that's your fertilizer keep
network's not that good. My network's not that good. Okay, before the fertilizer arrived, as farmers, we were registered at the chief's office. Our names were taken against our acreage. If you have 2 acres, if you have 5 acres, we registered our names. Then the fertilizer came. It changed again. It is not going to be delivered to the chief's office. It was delivered to National Cereals Produce Board near your area. My area is Naivasha. So our fertilizer was supposed to be brought up to Naivasha Cereals and Produce Board. From there, because they had our names, it was supposed to be delivered to our chief's office. But do you know what happened? When the fertilizer arrived at the National Cereals and Produce Board, it is only few individuals who are notified via the SMS. Not those farmers who are registered got the fertilizer.
Hold on, George, say that one more time. George, say that one more time. What happened with the few individuals?
Listen, before the fertilizer arrived, the program was going nicely. We were registered. Our names were taken. We registered our area chief's office. You register your name versus an area of production. If it is 1 acre, you write it is 1 acre. If it is 2 acres, you write. And then remember, this fertilizer was coming at a price. So you prepare. Then the names were forwarded. Then when the fertilizer came, it was delivered to the National Cereals and Produce Board. Then we were told you are supposed to collect it from that area, or it will be delivered to your area chief's office, you collect it from area. But things changed in between. Only farmers to realize that just a few farmers were sent SMS via the phone to go to the Cereals and Produce Board to collect the fertilizer. As a result, not all farmers got the fertilizer. That's how it was done, and then the balance was kept. So National Cereals Board is a government parastatal. So those people who hijacked the fertilizer are at the National Cereals Produce Board and others, because there was no accountability and there was no way out you will follow to ask where it has gone or where I have not received. You see, that's how they did. Not all people got that fertilizer. I'm telling you, as myself, I bought my fertilizer for planting. And let me tell you, don't be lied to. Those few who got those fertilizers, you go to the farm. I wish I have your number. I can send you their maize in the field versus those of us who purchased DAP from the agrovet. You see the difference. Very big difference. So, and another thing I want to tell you, Mr. Kenyalebo, I'm a farmer and I'm from Nakuru County. We were doing perithrum farming from our area as our major cash crop. Delivering to Perithrum Board of Kenya, it was processed and then sold. And then we get payment after the end of the month. Do you know what was done? Exactly what is being done now. We delivered our produce, it was processed, it was hijacked and sold to other customers using a dubious way that the person who was buying it from the factory refused. Do you know what's happening now? That sector collapsed. It is reviving, but for your information, they are collecting flowers, taking to Rwanda for processing. Can you imagine? And these are the same people who killed the agriculture sector during Moi regime, who have been reinstated and given those positions. What did you expect? What did you expect? And let me ask you a question. This thing of fertilizer was done specifically to benefit a certain region. And even the tender was awarded to people from that region. Let us be realistic. These other areas, it was dotted just to satisfy the equation. It was well calculated. How can you tell Kenyans that we are not importing maize for certain people to sell maize from a certain region, and even they went on strike on national TV. After that, we bring maize. What about other regions? Because harvesting of maize in Kenya, it goes to different regions at different times. Kenya Labor, what is going on? Each and every person has eyes. You can see some things you don't need to be told. Some things are coming back, which Kebaki tried to eliminate when he took from Moi. He tried to streamline. Uhuru did what he did, but with the combination, some things were never straight. But now, with the time, believe me not, those things were expected to be straightened. How can they be straightened if the very, very people who in the first place are the one who crippled them, are the ones now who have been given those positions? How?
So George, if I hear you correctly, so this fertilizer were not even being distributed equally on every part of Kenya that needs it.
No.
Okay.
I can tell you where I registered. I can give you everything. I can tell you even the people who got this SMS part the phone. Few people, they went. I don't know how they were given. There was no fairness. People went back to the agro to buy fertilizers. I'm a farmer. I plant maize, and unfortunately, that maize which you are saying you subsidize in production in our area now, beans have gone. 1 month no rain, beans have gone. In our region, beans have already. We have forgotten about beans. If it next 2 weeks, if no rain, we are forgetting about maize. And remember, the meteorological department advised the whole of Kenya go back to March that this year rainfall is not that much sustainable. Go back and see if I'm lying to you. They said this year we will not have enough rain for sustainability, so be careful while planting. So not all region will harvest as normal. And how can you say then you are subsidizing in production if your department, a government department in charge of the meteorological department, has given the advice? And it is happening. I'm telling you, my region, I'm a farmer. Me, I'm talking as a farmer. Already tumesahau mambo ya mahindi, ya maharagwe. If it goes the next 2 weeks after mahindi, we are not sure of it. So, another thing I'm asking Mr. Kenyalebo, you know, we have some, when you are doing some things, we have what in business, maybe what we call opportunity cost or priority of things. Even the government has to prioritize some things. I remember this government saying they will hold the issue of roads, but you heard the estimates, they have allocated 260 billion for roads. How? Why should you do that? My area where I come from, my original area, where I was born, where I went to primary school, and then I proceeded to secondary school, is Molo, a place called Kuresoi. We have a weather road since I was born. I'm now almost 47 years. That road is the way it was when our parents bought land there. Up to now, I'm talking. And we are there. We have gone to school. We have done everything. We have not died. We have done. No, why should roads be given a priority? If we have stayed without that road, for us, we don't know a tarmac road. Let me tell you, that's my area. We don't know a tarmac road. A child who was born during my time and has never gotten out of that place, he doesn't know the shape of a tarmac road. Google and check this Kuresoi. We don't have. From Kuresoi Center to Molo Town, no road. From Kuresoi to Chepsir to Kericho, no tarmac road. Nasituko. Why should the roads be given that much money at the expense of other things? Which are these areas which need roads urgently? These other areas which need roads urgently? As we have been paying taxes for all those years, we have never seen a road. They have allocated 260 billion. Another thing, why employ many people taking salaries? What was the urgency of it? CIS, what was urgent? Were there no ministers? Could it wait? What did these people say? We are not creating positions. What they did, Hypocrisy. This hypocrisy. How will you employ people who have cases, who have several things in question, who are not straight as your CISs? Did we lack the professionals?
George,
no.
George,
So,
George.
Ask me. Yes.
Look, you're preaching to the choir. I've been saying this about this government choosing people who have a checkered past, corrupt CSS or whatever.
Yes.
PS in this government. I've said that before. So I get your point there. Huh? Sorry, what was that?
Even academic, some have questionable academic qualifications.
Yes, I've argued this, that in order for the president to restore confidence in the Kenyan people, he should have people who are clean and also fight corruption as the first step to show us that he's serious about this, because these things will keep on happening. I've said this multiple times. Don't confuse me as a Kenyan Kwanzaa supporter. I'm glad that you're mentioning these things as far as how farmers are not getting the fertilizers. I assumed that the national government gets huh?
It was unfair. It is very unfair. You can go and do your audit. It was very unfairly distributed. And I think when they did like that, they did hooding. What they hooded is what they are selling now. Because you could not ask, there was no clear way you could make a follow-up. Because you don't know how much it was delivered, how much has been issued. There's no clear way to make a follow-up. They were very clever. How can you take people's names, but during the delivery, you send an SMS to individuals, come and collect fertilizer. How? And you took their names. We registered.
I would be curious to hear Mzalendo take that one, respond. I am Mzalendo and everyone else. Mzalendo, please speak for the government. I think he's frozen. Jax, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I'm trying to get Mzalendo to defend the government.
Mzalendo will not just defend the government, but he will try to explain more areas we don't seem to understand. Aswito, dear, how are you? Aswito, can you hear me? Hello, people.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know.
Okay. I don't know. Today I'm using my phone, so I'm equally frozen. But I like what George is saying. George, you registered your names, and equally you are saying
yes.
the meteorological department warned of short trains, or rather inadequate trains. What happens then after investing so much in fertilizer, so much in production, and then it fails? Of course, no one can control nature and all. Do you think the government has plan B in the event this one fails?
Let me ask you, Jax. There are some other things surrounding this fertilizer. There was a ship which was arrested ferrying this fertilizer. This fertilizer, it is said it was a donation. What happened in between? Then when it reached Kenya, they sold. That question has been asked now and again, but nobody's coming out to answer that question.
But that doesn't answer
and there are people taking advantage of situations. There are people who knew this is the planting season. What are we going to do to get money? Fertilizer. People are angry. What are we supposed to do to get money? We import maize. People are taking advantage of situations to enrich themselves. People are not serious. People are not sincere.
So George,
That's the
what you're trying to say,
people are not sincere.
George, so in a nutshell, what you're saying is corruption within the government about all this fertilizer and all these programs. Okay.
Everything, and people are taking advantage of prevailing conditions to enrich themselves. Just shit out the sugar got lost. How can the sugar be transported from Mombasa to Thika? We are told 4 days. How? And it gets all of a sudden. How? Realistically, how? 4 days from Mombasa to Thika. From Thika, it goes to thin air, and it goes like that. Surely. Aye.
Okay. So all right, let's see. What is the solution? Let's assume, George, now you're the president. Let's go to solutions. What should we do? Obviously, this system is corrupt. You're a farmer. How
assuming you are a part of the panel.
Part of what?
Assuming you are a panel, a panel making recommendations for others to reach the president because we can't reach him. Otherwise, sometimes we talk here, even we talk in fear, but we have to talk.
Right.
I'm asking one thing. I told you know, I do reference to my area where I come from. I've told you, we have lived in an area which is very good in agricultural production, Molo, Kureso in particular. We grow almost everything, even tea, potatoes, cabbages, maize, milk, but we don't have a road. When you connect from Kureso to Molo town, no road. It is rough road. When you connect from Kureso to, you want to go to Kericho because we are in between Kericho and Molo town. No road. But we have lived there, as you see me, up to where I am, and we are okay. What is the emergency of allocating all this money to road? Which area in Kenya, I'm asking myself, which needs a road urgently? To an extent, 260 billion has been allocated for roads. Which is this area in Kenya, which needs a road today urgently?
George, if I can help you, just a second. The money or the allocation here, it's for stalled projects, continuing projects, and projects that are already going on, if they are. So it's not to launch any new projects. So it's not about urgency or that what you're trying to raise. It's about, the roads that have already begun or were or had started during Uhuru's regime. Some stalled, some were siasa ziliingililia kati. You know how Kenya issues at times are. So I wouldn't say we don't need the roads. All I would ask is, yes, we're not doing the roads. We are not doing any major projects in the country. And can the government as well come out and tell us this is how our money will be spent in the budget? One thing I'm looking forward to hear in the budget is that the money that will be collected, this is the percentage that will go to pay our debt. And as they are telling about the debt, they tell us this is how much we have paid this far, how much is remaining, and how much by the time we are through with this current financial year, how much it will be, how much will be remaining. The other thing is I would want to hear from the previous budget, right? This is how the money was spent. This is the balance. Of course, that one ought to have happened because they were doing the supplementary budget. This is the balance. These are the projects that were undertaken in the previous budget. They are 40% done, 50% done, 80% done, 90% done. And because they are 90% done, we are allocating this amount, right? Like the 263 billion you're talking about, to complete them, so that in the next budget, we don't come still talk of unfinished roads. They come and tell us by this 263, we will truly polish the unfinished projects. But unfortunately for us, we never get a status report. Like you hear the Mau Mau Road is 40% done. This is the amount spent so far. This is what is remaining. This is what needs to be added. It's always done in secret. The only thing that comes out is the scandal therein, just like SGR and any other project. Even if fertilizer, I can tell you for free, since money has been allocated to it, we have seen it being stolen, Naikokoma stores. You'll be surprised that if proper bookkeeping and thorough recheck is done, the scandal that lies therein will be one for the centuries. So what I'm saying is this: the budget is good. The 263 for the roads is meant to finish up what has been started. In any case, in this budget, as Dede Nyoro was trying to say, there are no major roads that will start. You will not hear an expressway somewhere or such. You will not. But maybe you will hear, I don't know, I'm just saying, maybe you'll hear the Mau Mau Road, Imekamilika, hoping. But anyway, so that is what I'm trying to tell George. It's just completion of what Uhuru had started. So Ruto hasn't really come out and told us that in this year, my financial year, these are the projects I'll be doing. He has only mentioned of the fertilizer, the CBC, because they have equally raised a lot of money for the schools and all. So anyway, it's just me thinking. I hope I'm not reading too much into all this.
Let me ask you a question.
In the debate.
Let me ask you one question and then I give you one question. Okay. If we say we don't default in a loan repayment, we don't default in a loan repayment. You know, you cannot take two things which are taking almost the whole amount of money from the budget at the expense of human beings. Then let us repay the loans and hold the projects up for a while. This is those doing those projects are human beings. Call them to the table, show them the reasons why. Tell them you'll proceed from here. They are human beings. We are not dealing with it, I don't know, air or what, or robots. Call them, show them facts. These are our balance sheet. This is the money we expect. We don't want to default on loans, and we have to take care of human beings who are Kenyans. But you will continue this project, bear with us. You will continue from here, because even if you proceed, we don't have money to pay you. Are they not human beings? Do you want to tell me you won't understand? That Mau Mau Road was almost suspended. It is like it will not continue. They say it is misplaced. I heard the senator for Nyandar was saying to be allowed to go and talk with animals, those things, dramas is talking, whatever he's saying. Oh, Mr. President, I do this, you do this. I give you names of animals. You give man and what. That there's a case with the NEMA, with the Kenya Wildlife Service. Wildlife Service, you know, they were not in agreement with that road. They said it is going to interfere with the ecosystem. So that for Mau Mau Road, it just issues. And which are these roads? I'm asking a question. Which are these roads in specific, and where are they located within Kenya Republic? Tell us where. In particular, tell me. Maybe under Express Highway, that road which was there should be supposed to be maintained and brought back to good state. Okay. And these others, where are they?
George, you have to understand this is what we call budgeted corruption. Where money, where money can be said, this money will go to plan ABC, whereas in actual sense, plan ABC will not continue, will not happen. But I think at times they think we forget, right? And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Why don't we have, before the budget it's read, they give us a revision of the previous budget. Like we have 2 days. Day one, Day one, we revised the previous budget. We had a financial bill, we had a budget, and this budget, after we read it, these are the successes, these are the failures, this is what we have achieved, this is the money that was utilized, these are the loans we incurred, these are the loans we paid, these are the suppliers, the contractors, the wage bill, all that. Day one. Day two, they now can't tell us,
yes,
this is the new bill, or rather the new budget. I know it can't happen, but this is the new budget. These are the sources of revenue or money to finance it, and that's why you have the financial bill. And then from there, in the event we carry on with this budget, this is what we purpose to achieve. Number one, kwa healthcare, this is what will happen. Kwa roads, this is what will happen. Kwa education, this is what will happen. Before even they come to the, is it called the mid budget before the budget? It's called what? The supplementary one. Before they come there, they need to tell us that this is what this money will do. So that by the end of the day, it's not just a cabinet secretary of finance who will come take 4-5 hours reading documents, papers after papers, giving promises after promises, giving so much English to Mwananchi. And then by the end of the day, therein, because the devil is always in the detail, therein they have hidden so many loopholes where money will be swindled, where corruption will thrive, and where nobody will be taken accountable for lost shillings. So to me, I tend to think that the budget making process should also be where they also tell us, because this budget is not the first one, they tell us about the previous one, what happened. Every shilling they account, because that's what will bring in accountability. What do you think, Kenya Rebel?
Jakes, can you hear me?
I cannot hear you myself, but I hope Morara can hear you.
George, can you hear me?
I'm getting you. Yes. Yeah, I'm getting you.
Go ahead. I'll try to listen.
Okay, I'm glad Jakes is saying these things, because this is exactly what Okia Omtata was saying. But guess who's supposed to be doing this this public audit? It's the Senate, and they're 5 years back behind in their audits, the public audits. Okay, because as Okia Omtata was saying the same thing, we should reject this financial bill, go back, see the money that was lost on the previous budgets, okay, from whoever, Kibaki down to Ninio, so we know how much we actually owe, how much was wasted, and how much money we have, we can get back, and hold the people who lost this money accountable. This is what Okia Omtata was saying, and I'm glad, Jakes, you say that, because now we are getting into a real solution, which everyone is going roundabout. We are avoiding this. We have to audit this previous government so we can get this money. So I'm glad you mentioned that. But anyway, that's what I want to say.
Do you know what the problem is, Mr. Kenyaleba? Do you know how it is done in the Senate? They do the audit, I don't know, for the previous year. Now, they are doing audit for 2021.
Yeah, no, it's 3 years
not
back.
2022.
It's
2021 years. Even sometimes I read these things, whoever decided it that way, how can you audit? How can you hold that person accountable? The people misplaced money. And that's why someone was asking, you are at the Senate, you are auditing a person who did this mess and is a senator, who was a governor, now he's a senator. And you are, and is the one among those auditing those accounts. My friend.
I think we should. No, I think the solution is this, George. The solution is this: the Senate should have an independent body. Okay, that
they said if you have been a governor, there should be a law stating that if you have been a governor and you are out, you are not supposed to join Senate immediately. You should stay for even 5 years, because how can you audit yourself?
All right. That's why I'm saying, that's why I'm calling for an independent governing body, which is not these former senators, not these former governors, to conduct these public audits. That's what I'm.
We have the control of budget.
Morara, I'm glad you brought the control of budget, and that as you have brought the control of budget, I'm glad as well Mzalendo is joining us, and many of you who are watching us. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, through the device I'm using, I can't really tell so many things, but I'm glad you're watching. The many you're watching, I'm glad the likes are coming in. Thank you for liking this video in YouTube. Asante kwa kulike hii video kwa Facebook. Thank you so very, very much. Mzalendo, my brother, how are you? Good to see you. Naona umerelax, uko katika maeneo mandhari yanayovutia. Nadhani ni kujinais, unajinais.
Hapana. Hey James, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Actually, I'm seeing like my photo is frozen, but I am at home, just relaxing. I am not, as you can hear in the background, there are kids playing. So
when I grow up, I'll want to have a home like yours.
Dynasty.
Mimi si dynasty. Mimi ni mtu wa mashida. Makwambia shida iko kila mahali. Kenya Rebel can tell you that it's not easy wherever you are. Ni ile tu, you're putting a brave face, but by and large, we are all struggling. The only difference is that our struggles are different. Shida zetu ni tofauti kidogo, lakini nikikupatia zangu, you'll take off and say, yeah, hapana. And this is beyond me now. Now if you ukinipatia zako, nasema bwana, this is now beyond me. This is a joke. So life is like that. So we appreciate life the way it is. Now, I've not been very keen on whatever the topic was, but maybe just give me a sneak preview of what you want us to discuss today. But I saw you mentioning the finance bill 2023 before I logged out. And what is critical about this financial bill is that there's a 1 billion, an extra 1 trillion an extra 1 trillion that Ruto's government is targeting from KRA. Is it 1 billion or 1 trillion? 1 trillion is targeting from KRA. Uhuru collected 2. So Ruto is targeting a 1 trillion increase from KRA. So what he's saying is that he wants most of our taxes to be used internally for recurring expenditure by government. We no longer want to borrow to pay salaries and things like that. We want to use our own money to run our own government. So either way, there is no option for Ruto. And even if we had a genius president, like the way probably George Morara would have wanted, is that we have debts to pay. There is no way you must increase the taxes so that you can actually pay the debts that are in government. So if he decides not to increase any taxes or to reduce taxes, then there'll be a debt burden for us, for all of us. There's no shortcut about it. So the government is working around the clock to ensure that the debt burden is reduced, and at the same time we become self-sufficient. Look at the people who are complaining. I think that if you don't earn more than 500,000, then you should not come to this channel to complain. The people who should be complaining are the people who earn 500,000 and above. You know how they are affected? They are going to pay 35% increase in income tax, away from the 30% that they used to pay. That is why you see all these legislators really complaining. And on another issue, I just want to touch on well, somebody mentioned about the governors and the debt, and when they come into Senate. I think Senate in Kenya is one of the, would I say, the most underutilized body, the most underutilized and corrupt body that we have right now. You know, the Senate has been reduced to it's been reduced to a court. You know, when the Auditor General completes with a governor and puts a query in the governor's expenditure, the Auditor General is a professional. Then you have some lawyers seated in Senate trying to investigate further what the Auditor General has already completed. This matter should now be taken to the police and the courts, and not the Senate. The Senate is reduced to debating on issues of the governors. Now, in issues to increase the expenditure in the counties, then that one can be debated in Senate. Once it is approved in Parliament, it can go to Senate for further debate. On the issue of the budget preparation, the budget preparation should not stop in Parliament. It should go further and continue being scrutinized in Senate. So let us not reduce this Senate to a bunch of investigators that they are lined up to wait to either exonerate a governor or either recommend impeachment for a governor. That should not be the work of Senate. The Senate should be able to amend the budget once it is it's passed in Parliament, and that becomes law. Because who we have in the Senate are generally lawyers. Yeah, they should argue their case and look at the budget in each and every angle and how it affects the country. I think that is my submission for now.
Zalendo, I think you missed a little bit. I think we were all kind of in agreement. We were talking about the Senate actually following up on the previous regime's lost monies that was lost, to investigate, like have a public audit on the money that was lost on the past regimes that can be used to go towards the debt, or to use to argue a case against the debts that's been that we have accrued. You heard about, that's why I keep on bringing this issue of Okiya Omtata. They keep on arguing about this odious debt, the SGR debt. That debt never landed in Kenya. It went straight to an account in China. But we had to table the bill. I mean, we had to take the tab. We Kenyan people, okay? So things like that, that's what we're saying. That's why Okiya Omtata is going straight to the courts, saying there are some debts that we should not pay as Kenyan taxpayers. So if we can return this money, get these people's assets taken and all that, yes, it can take time, maybe 2-3 months, whatever. We can get this money back instead of asking the people who are already burdened with taxes, high taxes from Uhuru Kenyatta's regime, pay the extra whatever. Because like you rightly say so, Mr. Ruto is trying to raise $1 trillion in 1 year, something that it took 10 years for Uhuru to do, and Kibaki 10 years. He's trying to raise that in 1 year. That's virtually impossible. But yeah, that was the gist of the conversation.
Msalendo, if I can ask you, Msalendo, let me ask you one question. You have said Ruto wants to raise 1 trillion. My question is, what has changed in Kenya to guarantee that those people he wants to tax have money to an extent that they have the ability to be deducted to submit for him to get that 1 trillion? What has affected? What effect has it caused to guarantee that he's able now to deduct from Kenyans 1 trillion?
Kenyans always have that kind of money.
That's a very good question, my friend George. You know, Ruto first has got a bloated government. You understand? The government is huge. We have.
He has created a plotted government. He has created a plot. Use the right terms. He has created a plotted government.
George, I am attempting to answer your question, but in the event you are also giving an answer to your own question. Ruto has got a huge government. What has informed Ruto's government is well known to the people surrounding him and his administration. Maybe what he argues is that he needs efficiency. So it is above my paycheck to know whether whatever he has created will work for him as a president or will work for us as the citizen. Now, what has informed Ruto's decision to increase taxes is because, as I mentioned earlier, Ruto is not new in government. Remember, he has been in government since the 1990s. He is not new to public administration. He is not new to the issues of taxes. He knows where the shoe is pinching as a president. He knows that if I have this kind of budget, I am able to implement my manifesto. A president does not come in like a pedestrian. He comes in with the things that he promised his people and he promised the country that he wants to implement. Those are the issues that he really wants. Those are the issues that are in the palms of his hands. So for him, he is up to the task that he has to increase. Those who earn 500,000 is within the KRA's bracket. They know the people who earn 500,000 and above, and they are being taxed. He has introduced a tax for artists who are earning over $1 million to come up with something. But again, we are in the budget. We are talking about the budget of our country. It has not been passed. Whatever we are talking about here are recommendations for the budget, things that will work for us. This budget, according to the minority chief whip, initially they had said that they will pass the budget as it is, but today things have changed. We are having a discussion on the budget, and I am sure whatever you recommend, George, or whatever you recommend, Kenyan Rebel or Nyogaka, will be implemented. This budget is not cast in stone. Thank you.
I'm glad you say that. One last point, because I know some people are in here. Nyagaka nipatie dakika moja, salamu kabisa. One thing I was arguing against, and I wanted to ask you this, Mzalendo, especially I know you are Gomaju, Ata Nyagaka. You know, small business are the engine of the economy, okay? And I usually ask this. If I have 10 employees in my small business, I'm contributing 3% to match up the 3% towards the housing levy that Mr. President wants to implement, okay? Do you think that me giving out those 3% for each of my 10 employees will stifle the business growth? Because this is an extra expense. It will actually kill my business, or it will finish the chance of me growing my business. Because if I want to grow my business, let's say I want 10 more employees, that means I have to pay 3% for extra 10 employees that I want to employ. Don't you think this will, basically what I'm trying to say is this, don't you think this bill, especially the 3% levy to the house bill, housing levy, housing, affordable housing, whatever, is going to kill small business and even business in general? Thank you, Zalendo.
I think the 3% levy that we are talking about, and we keep on talking about in this show, the alternative government, which is Raila Odinga's government, had offered a 5% levy on housing. How he was going to implement that, I don't know. Ruto has stepped it down to 3%. Now, look at the ripple effects of housing in Kenya. Look at the ripple effect of that in the country. Kenya rebel. A country is built on a country economic growth depends on its infrastructure, on its roads, on its industries. Yes, if goods are able to move freely and at a low cost, then the country grows economically. The country also grows economically by incentives to foreign investments. Cutting down the cost of establishing business in Kenya. Ruto has looked into all that and said, in my budget to 2023, I'm going to entice investors from foreign countries to come and put some money in my country. How does that help the economy? It creates decent jobs in the country. It opens up almost everything. Now, housing, as I mentioned to you earlier, housing is not, don't take it literally as the job for laborers, watu wa mjengo. It is not the job for laborers alone. Housing will create jobs for project designers. It will create jobs for architects. It will create infrastructure development for contractors. It will open up schools in those particular units. There will be some Sunday school, some nursery school there. There'll be a business opportunity for somebody to open up a retail shop. All this will only happen with infrastructure. Look at the cement that will be used throughout the country. That will also, people like Bamburi Cement will have to increase capacity. Increased capacity means that guy, the Mamamboga you are talking about, that he was talking about, that the economy will trickle down, will now be able to get a job because cement production has increased. Capacity has increased in all the sectors. Transport, if you had a lorry transporting 10 mchangaraos per day, it will be transporting 100. So you'll need more drivers. So this is just simple economics that we need to understand.
Yeah. What did he say?
Mzalendo, you see why in America, in America, a lot of
Adimaber, Zelda.
Waje niseme ya kwamba Murara na Kenya Rebel, hiyo mazwali mnauliza ni mzuri sana. Vile Mzalendo amemwambia huyu ni mtu amekaa kwa serikali, Ruto amekaa kwa serikali since the 82. Many whatever. So anaona amesoma kutoka kwa Raila, amesoma kutoka kwa Kenyatta, amesoma kutoka kwa Moi, and that's roughly the ideas is coming with. Because when you borrow money, it's more expensive than when you raise the money locally, and hiyo ndio the idea. Na the other day, hiyo ndio nilikuja hapa leo, Rebo Kenya Rebo na Mzalendo na Jakes, mlikuwa mnasema ati Kenyan orators in parliament walienda wapi? Tuulize huyu anaitwa George Morara. George Morara alikuwa member ya North Mugrango ambao alikuwa anasema kitu mpaka sisi watoto tunasikia. He had promised that he would bring who killed JM Karaoke on Monday. By Wednesday he was killed. That was one of the best orators from Kisii, Anyona, and etc. and etc. So to fast forward to the day, we pray that Ruto succeeds in what he's saying. Yes, there is so many negative things about him, but at the same time, vile trajectory ameenda nayo, vile mimi nawaambia Kenya Rebel all the time, vile amefuta watu wa Shukari, amefuta watu wa Kemsa na wengine kama huyo Siaya ambayo wanasema sijui nani atafuta hiyo watu. If we have corruption in the system, that economy is as good as useless. Once we get
Nyaga, wacha nichangie kidogo. Mzalendo, I wanted to correct you. An economy, a good economy is judged by the amount of production and trade, not infrastructure. That is also important, but it's all about production and trade. I'll give you an example.
But how can you trade if you don't have infrastructure?
Yes, I'll answer you. I'll answer you.
Okay.
I'll answer you. You hear a lot in America, wakisema hivi, a lot of jobs might end up in Mexico. Why? Because Mexico, if they take their business to Mexico, they'll pay lower. Ngoja kidogo, they'll pay lower taxes. That's why there's outsourcing of a lot. They want to outsource most of their jobs. Okay. And that's why you see every presidential candidate, they always talk about bringing back the jobs that has been outsourced, bringing it back to America to give them good taxing deals, okay? So coming back to Kenya, all right? If you want to bring a huge company from those international investors you're talking about, an industry, let's say Ford, you want to bring Amazon to Kenya. If you tell them that they'll have to pay much 3% for each of their employee, they'll look at it and why should I invest in a country where I'm paying high taxes? Okay, that's not investor-friendly idea for any investor, local or international. Yes, infrastructure is important, but the main thing, if you can produce the money you make from that, they pay taxes, you create infrastructure, the roads and building and whatever, where you can move these goods. But the underlying point is this: you have to increase your production and you have to trade. So if 3% ambao wanasema na hizi corporate taxes that they want to increase will actually drive away investors, local and international, and it will kill jobs for the small business people who want to spread their wings, who want to expand. That's the point I wanted to make.
And Mr. Msalendo, I want to answer you one thing which you have raised, the issue of not borrowing. The first term of our president and the former president, they borrowed the Eurobond. And this is one of the money which had many controversies. And even it reached a point nobody could explain what exactly or where exactly this money went. That was borrowing. It was there. You can't do that. First term, leave the second term. Yes, you can lay whole handshake and what, but during the first term, there's something which was being explained by Maina Wanjigi. I don't know how true it is that the only money which can be accounted for, which was borrowed, is 4 trillion. But 5 trillion cannot be accounted for, and it did not follow the procedures for use as it is supposed to do. Where it did went 5 trillion, and he was there. Another thing, we have said Ruto is delivering promise as per his manifesto. My question is he delivering the original manifesto during campaign or a revised manifesto? The original manifesto, the outstanding things: 1, reduction of taxes. Is fuel a reduced tax or an increased tax from 8 to 16%? Number 2, he said he will not create positions. In contrast, he has created positions. Those are the two understanding. Is that the original manifesto is doing or a revised manifesto?
I think basically you should look at Kenya Kwanza's manifesto. When
I'm giving the two which are outstanding, which the clips are like, you can hear him talking. That one is nothing to argue or
you see roadside proclamations are not within the manifesto. All right, you are talking about roadside proclamations. I need you to go into Kenya Kwanza manifesto and see where he has what he has not done according to what he promised his people to do. So okay. I want to point out anything within the manifesto that is anything that is outside Ruto's manifesto.
So currently, essentially, what he was announcing from his family were lies. In contrast, what was in white, in black and white. Is that what you want to say?
You know,
what he was talking is in contrast to what was in black and white.
I like working with something that I know. You know, politicians
But
make
these are
a
something which
lot
you are
of
saying. I'm
a
not
lot of
creating.
roadside proclamation. In Kenya, if you are going to follow what is happening in Jacaranda politics, or you are following what is happening in a rally or a funeral, that somebody is articulating a government policy, which is neither here or there. I don't want to work with that. I want to work with what Ruto promised in his manifesto. Did he promise that he's going to give the youths money? Yes, he did. He did that. Did he promise that he's going to employ judges? Yes, he did that. Did he promise that he's going to increase, he's going to employ more teachers? Yes, he has done that. Did he promise that he's going to create a position to expand his government? Yes, he did that. So, whether it is good or bad, but he has done what he had promised to do. No, of all those things that I've mentioned to you, which one did he? Brother, of all those things that I've mentioned to you, George, which I can't hear you guys, bwana. Nyinyi mnanisikiza? Everybody is laughing. Are you guys on mute or are you laughing at me?
No, we are listening. We are hearing you.
Oh, I'm seeing Nyagaka is George is almost jumping out of his seat with laughter.
No, you know what? You are essentially telling me I should not go to campaigns. I should wait for that pamphlet, where manifesto have been listed. I read, because if what they are telling us during campaigns or wherever they go, big campaigns with good systems is rubbish. We should not follow those.
Telling you, I mean, you should always learn to filter what politicians are saying in campaign rallies. Kama mwingine amesema yeye ni mganga, mwingine ni muizi. Muizi Ruto, you need to filter and know. So if you take things literally, that politician amesema hivi, then you say uende nyumbani, huyu alisema hivi, then you'll be a fool, my friend. I'm sorry to say that. And
I'm sympathizing with you because you can't defend this government. Nothing else. You can't. You can't.
Okay.
He preached these things all over.
I hear you guys have the floor for a long time. Allow me to also come in a minute, please. I just want to say thank you so much, guys, for contributing. I've been listening, and I've got Morara here is so much aggressive, and he's trying to give his views as in what he thinks is wrong and what has been not done correctly. But let me tell you, let me start by saying this. When we went to an election, we had two competitors who competed actually very closely, and we found a very small differences in the win and the loser. The only thing that people can, the worst thing that can be done by a country or by the people is to remain in politics forever. Then you are assured that the country will go nowhere. Why am I saying this? If 5.8 something who supported Raila and maybe 6.1 or 2 who supported Ruto. Now let us take the 5.8 million people. They go their own way. They are being incited against everything that is done by the current government. And you expect that government to function? You expect anyone to see the difference that the government has done? No. The only problem that we have in Kenya now, like now a few minutes I had Jack saying, before we read the new budget, which is for 2023, 2024, that we must account for the previous one, which was 2022, 2023. Where on earth Has that ever happened, Jakes? Who does that? And how long will that take? Because number one, we don't have the same government today. The government of yesterday is not the one which is in power today. How things were done yesterday is not the way things are being done today. How do you expect someone who came yesterday to actually account for what was done by another regime? So let us not ask for impossibilities. In as much as we want to be against and we are in opposition, that we must reject everything, even what is straightforward. No, let us be candid. I've always said this and maintained this, that Kenya is our country. If it fails, we could have all failed. And if it wins, we could have won as Kenyans. Just like as we watch our athletes when they run out there, we don't say that this is from Karenjin, this is from Masai, this is from Kisi. We say he is a Kenyan. So let us, in the first place, start by healing and saying that elections were over. Now it's about time to build our nation. When we come to that point, and I'm very, very sure if we come to that point, all of us, and say that since we finished elections, now we are in the business of building the nation, let us help each other to build the nation. That can be the point of departure from our downfall. But as long as we are being incited, like now, for example, the Finance Bill 2023 is here with us. We have MPs whom we have given the mandate to go to Parliament to argue, to discuss, and do everything on that bill. And let me tell you, the bill is not just going to come as a question of one man or a question of one or to be answered. No, the bill is to be discussed one after another. So why is this MPs not going to Parliament, discuss what they see is not right, amend what they think should be amended, then they come up with what they think is right, than making noise all over the place here in the streets, inciting people for nothing. They know very well that what they are saying is not true. And they know that they are trying to incite the masses, because if we incite our 5.8 voters against the 6.2 voters, there will be nothing which will be moving on in the whole country. So the first thing that we have to do is that we have to accept that the elections were held, the winner was declared, and it's about time to work towards building the nation. When we start there, that's when we can now start having that point of reason. That's where we can start reasoning positively and see what's happening. In fact, I keep on saying this, Ruto, like another human being, he might be having his shortcomings, but he is trying his level best. He has tried the much he could. Some of us, we can see, we can't see it in one day. You cannot see the results even before you, for example, if you were in the university or in the primary school, before you get to standard 8 and doing even the final examination in the primary level to see what you have done. You cannot be saying he has failed or he has passed. So let us not rush. The framers of the Constitution found it worthy to give anyone who was to that office 5 years. That is when we can see how much he has done, how he failed. If I can go back for a minute, in 2002, we had Kibaki as a president. People have been making noise here saying Kibaki inherited the dilapidated government, there was no money, and he managed to perform. Kibaki, yes, he inherited an economy which was down. But there was one thing that he had. He had goodwill from his opponent, the opposition leader, who was Uhuru Kenyatta. He had goodwill from him. He did not have anybody demonstrating on the streets going against what we proposed to be done. So he had that clear and clean environment for him to work. But we cannot compare him now, today. Everyone is in the street. They are sabotaging each and every development agenda of the government. While doing that, they still want to complain why they have not been given the funds to the counties. Where do you expect the funds to come from? We have not borrowed any money from outside. We are trying to rely on our taxes. You are still inciting people not to pay. Then you keep on complaining. Let us be candid. Let us be honest to one another. Raila is out there just to sabotage for his own political greediness. And that is not going to work with this government. Time has come when Kenyans must wake up and face the reality. The reality is we have to.
Hello.
Hello, Pen. Yeah, we can hear you.
Huyo amepotea. Nilikuwa nataka nimwambie mzalendo hata when Kibaki took over the first 2 years watu walikuwa na miss Moi because walikuwa wamezoea hongo kidogo. Every day there was lunch somewhere, there was dinner na hongo, and people were missing Moi. They said Moi should be back, but really Kibaki was reorganizing the economy in the real sense to where when he was about to leave nobody wanted him to leave, you know. Lakini hawa watu wote wanataka the answers ya Ruto right now, and it doesn't work like that. MNM amesema mzuri sana, yani you have to give this guy, it was written in the Kenya's constitution. In America mzalendo, next year itakuwa elections na ya Kenya imeanza kutoka wakati Kibaki Ruto alishinda. That's when the elections were, with the kupigania elections ya 2022 ilianzia. So now I keep asking them, are you really competing for Kenya 2022 elections or 2027? Because 2027 hata huyu Imane Manyora ametoroka. Gaucho niliona leo akisema hakuna. So it is very, very difficult, lakini ni reorganize ourselves. The economy ya kwetu tulive madeni peke yetu. Na hiyo ndio itasaidia. Vile Kibaki alifanya. Kibaki did the same thing. And if these guys can do the same thing and really do away with corruption, we have no problem. And we don't care who is in power so long as they do away with corruption.
Well said, Elder. We, just as we keep on saying, we are in the right trajectory. Whatever William Ruto is proposing in this country has never been seen before. We are used to underdevelopment or, undevelopment. That is what we are used to. Exactly. So today we are seeing something different, something out of the norm. And the beauty about Ruto's government is he will be the most scrutinized president in the history of Kenya. Scrutinized by his own people, scrutinized by the opposition. So he cannot go wrong. He cannot afford that his government, cannot afford his government to be riddled with corruption. That one, he cannot do that. Otherwise, he'll be a one-term president. So this is his first 1 year. He has got 4 more years to implement his manifesto. And I keep on telling fellows here, Elder, when you get a new job as a young man, the first thing that I wanted to do is to get a bigger house. Yeah, and the other thing my children were looking up to is, when am I buying my TV? When am I replacing the sofa set? When am I, doing so many other things? When are they getting their room or their bedroom? So you tell them, or when they're getting a new toy, you know, when am I upgrading their closet? But they cannot get that until I get my salary. So the government also operates like that. The government operates with taxes and with the finance bill. So when this tax is passed and when it is shut down, the government will not be able to operate. So it operates with this money.
Yeah.
So when before you get your salary, there's a lot of expectations from your family. In your first salary, watu wale wanaitaka, even your relatives now want it. Now they know that umepata kazi ya kwanza, wanataka hata hiyo pesa. They want to get a bit of it. So that is what is happening in the country. There's a lot of expectations.
Mr. Msarendo, we have this problem in Kenya. Towards the end of the previous regime, according to the information that is out there, they stole almost everything from the public coffers. But now, tomorrow, if one of those, let's say the president, the previous former president, or whoever was involved in that mega corruption is taken to court, you will see them inciting others to the streets saying, mtu wetu, tribe yetu inaonewa, sisi ndio tunafuatwa. Na hiyo tabia imeendelea sana katika hiyo nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa sababu mtu anafanya vitu zake pale, lakini akishikwa ama akianza kuandamwa, inakuwa ni mtu wetu. Anakuwa naanza kupanga watu pale nje, kudemonstrate and saying we are being targeted as a tribe. Let me tell you, and this is why Ruto is taking time, and this is why we have these Maandamanos. The Maandamanos which we have is not about the economy.
Zalendo, good morning.
Good morning. Good evening. Here it's evening.
Mzalendo huyu amepigwa.
Amepigwa na nani?
Sijui ametoroka. Sasa Mzalendo, there was one thing nataka unisaidie. Ni hiyo wanasema the office of the opposition party. Lakini hiyo ni kama Great Britain, ni maneno ya parliamentary democracy. Na sisi tuna tuna system kama hii America, ba kuna hiyo. Right now they don't know the Republicans who they will put, but Trump is ahead. So
you see, yes, I think ikienda through
itakuwa inakuwa confusing sana, kwa sababu it's just like marrying a cow and a goat or something, because it doesn't work like that. If it is a parliamentary democracy, let's go for parliamentary democracy.
Yeah, I think Kenya, we are still struggling to get the best structure in it. So in most cases, what actually the BBI intended to address is that we have got so many opposition figures, these tribal opposition figures, and tribal parties rather. Let me not use the word opposition. These political parties that are outside government, they cannot make you run government effectively. So what the current government is trying to do is to create a position for them so that they can be effective and are funded, so that this noise can stop and the government can work. You know, ideally, Kenya has not embraced fully multi-party democracy. They borrowed this constitution from America, but they don't really know what to do with it at some extent. They are so confused. Look at the Senate in Kenya. It's such a bogus Senate compared to the Senate in the US. Yeah. Look at what they do. They have been, it's like an investigating body. Yeah.
They don't investigate anything. They don't investigate anything.
They're behaving like cops. after the Auditor General has concluded investigation, and this is somebody who has a constitutional office. He has concluded investigation. He takes it again to senators to deliberate on his investigation. That's a big waste of resources.
Yeah.
It's a big waste of resources. Let the governor defend themselves in court. And the Senate, let them deliberate on issues of law and how to amend the bill, the parliamentary bills passed in Parliament. Parliament should not be the last organ that makes our laws. Let the Senate also deliberate on the laws of the country, especially this bill now that is in the public domain. Why is Senate not even deliberating on it? They are not. Yeah. So we need to look at some of the things and implement the constitution to its fullest. Otherwise, it is not. Look at what BBI intended to address. BBI intended to address everybody that wants to join government, creating
That
all
was
the
really
positions.
That's
Yeah.
Kenyatta trying to stay in power, and then Raila will get somewhere. That's what the BBI was all about.
That
Kenyatta
was
wanted to stay in
all
power.
about, making sure that every political, every
tribe.
community is represented in government.
Yeah.
So,
Every large community.
every large community is represented in government.
Yeah.
But that is not the answer to our problem. Eventually,
Exactly.
as we move forward, I think Ruto, wherever he's seated, for me, I think Ruto is a better transitional president to better leadership than the likes of Raila and Kina Kalonzo. Is a better transition to a better country.
Zalendo, give me time. Give me time, Nyagaka. Just a minute.
I can't even see you. Where are you?
Niko kwa bedroom.
Najua hata tukuoni, so you
Niko kwa bedroom. It's inappropriate to actually put on my camera.
Endelea. We were not seeing you. We don't even know who you are. Perhaps you should introduce yourself first.
This is Edgar. Now I've listened to the two of you, but there's one thing that I would love to say, Mr. Mzalendo. Ya kwanza, I want to agree with you about the Senate issue. Our Senate is such a useless entity that should not be there because they don't know their work. They are doing the DCI's job actually. But again, if I can take you back, you remember sometimes when this constitution was about to be implemented, there was a discussion that between Senate and the National Assembly, which there was war about the supremacy. But away from that, Zalendo, you are lying that if you're saying it's only Ruto who can bring transition into good leadership upper Kenya, you are wrong. This is somebody who has no intention to fight corruption because he himself is corrupt. If in case he wanted to get rid of corruption or eradicate it completely or even reduce it, then the corrupt individuals awangekuwa included in this government. But what did we see? We see a situation where people with high profile corruption cases, their cases were dropped by the DPP. And in the long run, at the end of it all, the DPP was awarded a senior position than the one he was holding before. So if this is the person that you're saying is going to eradicate corruption or reduce it, then you are wrong. Another thing, Mr. Mzalendo, right now, ikiwa hii serikali ingekuwa serikali ya kujali mwananchi wa kawaida, this is a very controversial bill which has divided Kenyans. The best thing wangefanya to put it on hold. They should not force this thing into our throats. But what they're expected to do in this case, if I was kama ningekuwa Ruto, put this bill on hold, work on these areas that we are raising concerns about, and then as he's doing that, let us strengthen our institutions. Wacha tuinue the manufacturing sector so that we get more people into employment. Ili akikuja na mambo ya tax, we find people to tax. But now in this case, you want to tax the few individuals who wenye wameandikwa. The common man with no employment, because they depend on these employed people and the business community. Where will they get money? It's very hard to run business in Kenya. Ukiwa employed, you get a peanut. In fact, right now as we speak, we take 42% home. The rest, deduction. What if you have a bank loan or a SACCO loan? Do you think you can even... This is why you see the depression rate in Kenya is so high. People are depressed, mentally sick because of what is happening with their financial or income, to be specific. You see, so until that is addressed, then we are still going to see a divided Kenya, a Kenya with full of chaos as usual. Another thing, Mzalendo, right now, we are being told that there is no money in NHIF. Nakumincha a few days ago said that NHIF is broke and they have not paid the hospitals. They have not paid hospitals their money. Now, pesa NHIF, we know its purpose is for health issues. Where was it taken to? If we have a very good structured corporation like NHIF, a very good scheme, it has been mismanaged. And now here comes another one in the name of housing projects or housing what as they call it. Mzalendo, tell me, if we don't conceal all these loopholes, are we going to have a better Kenya, or we are seeing a people creating or enriching their pockets or creating avenues of making good money? And of course, as they say, it is our time to eat. When you say that Ruto is a better option or a good president for Kenyans, yet for the last 8 months that he has been in office, all we are seeing ni sarakasi tu. Remember when Uhuru came into power, and we said this with Nyagaka when this debate was starting. In the first 3 months, tuliona stima zilikuwa zinaenda mpaka kwa nyumba za nyasi. And with Kibaki was elected December, January, there was free primary education. What about this one? We saw President Sorry?
Can I answer you?
A minute as I conclude. What we are seeing the president who launched the Hustler Fund with no clear structure. This interest inaenda wapi? Nobody has ever explained that. Na hii pesa ilitoka wapi? Hii wanapeana. Na ni biashara ya nani? You see, these are some of the questions that when we ask ourselves, tunajua tu that there is another syndicate in the making. Karibu sana Alex Media. Alex.
Edgar, wacha nikurudishie.
Kindly do.
Yeah, he vile Ruto ameingia is his own style. What you are saying is an ODM style ya kutongoza huyu alafu uendelee mbele. Na yeye amekuja na style yake. Na vile Mzalendo alikuwa anasema his argument is higher up than ile ya Kenyatta na Raila. Raila was the one that was really pointing out the Eurobond. And what happened when he shook hands? It's like the Eurobond disappeared. And that's when the corruption has continued to where the KEMSA came in. And Kenyatta tells us When I come from such and such a place, I'm gonna tell you who took the Kemsa money. When he got caught with the money that he's sending, John Anamu alisema na ilikuwa very clear kwamba president ya Chile was impeached because he was putting the money where Kenyatta was putting it. What did Raila do? He kept quiet. And this is the gentleman that you want us to have as the president of Kenya, that will solve the problems of Kenya. No, that will never happen. And some of us are very happy that Ruto at least is doing something to address the issues of the day. For example, borrowing. Ukinikopesha, mimi interest yangu itakuwa kubwa. Ya ile you know, that you get paid vile unasema you take home 42%. It will help you more than borrowing, so that you can save your family. Hivyo ni kusema kwamba it is not 100% right. It is not doing everything right. But mpatie wakati, even 2 years, 3 years, alafu that is what the Kenyan people saw when they wrote the constitution. They wrote that whoever is in power stays for 5 years. Na isha kuambia Edgar, in 5 years, kama huyu ameshindwa, I will be with you. I am not a follower ya huyu. I am a supporter. I support the theories that he come up with of, for example, bringing the food to the common person in Kenya, in Gusiland. I support that. Bottom up, I support that because I've seen where it has worked. But yakishindwa in 5 years, sema yoyote. Let's find a better candidate. That is what democracy is all about. It is not like somebody stays there for 8 years, 8 months, 5 months. You don't see what you are doing, you better be out. How? Because the constitution was written for 5 years. In the US, it's 4 years. In Switzerland, it's 1 year. So we adopted 5 years. I don't know why, but that's what we adopted. Let's pursue it. Let us say everything that you are saying, but at the same time know that he has time to change that. If he can't, we go get another character. And that's what democracy is all about. It's not like he gotta stay after 2027 kama tumekataa. Hiyo tu ndio mimi nataka kusema. Na vile nilikuwa naambia Amina Mzalendo alia, hii wanasema
something quick, let me also infuse. I've been trying to be back here kusaidia our able moderator Jex. Hata network imekuwa ikimsumbua, but he's been trying a lot. We thank him so much for, being able to be available. It's not possible. So Edgar, let me ask you a simple question. Were it not that a few of us defected from Azimio to the other side, do you think some of these culprits that you saw talk were actually in Azimio? And let me give you an example. I don't know where Edgar has gone to, but Edgar, Mzee Penny, don't go anywhere. We are just few in the panel, so stop taking your camera off. That's bad manners. You're an elder here. So, Edgar, let me ask you, why it not that 1 or 2, 3 things happen? Do you know what Waluke will be today in the National Assembly? Do you know that the governor for Kirinyaga, who is also the chair of all the governors, was part and parcel of us? You see, so when we talk about corruption, you see, if we truly are honest, we must handle corruption based not with affiliation, but with honesty. I find our people a little bit dishonest when we handle the so-called corruption. When we came about with Azimio la Umoja, there were people that joined us that honestly we questioned, but tukaambiwa ni Azimio la Umoja. You can accept anybody, and then Dick and Harry can come in. So the question now comes to you, Edgar. When you look at corruption, it's just one-sided, or honestly, even the other sided is just because they are not in government, they're also wanting. I want you to answer it honestly.
Hey, that is a very, very good question, Alex. Let me.
Well, yeah, Alex, when it comes to issues involving corruption, any other thing that is not constitutional, I think we need not to take sides. But when you look at the nature of our politics, depends with the side that you are affiliated to. But I want to talk independently that I don't support corruption. And if in case all of us can see it towards that direction, then I think tungekuwa one of the richest countries in the world. I want to talk to you or to explain something to you about Raila shaking hands with Ruto, with Uhuru. Raila was one of the people who actually was fighting corruption. In fact, some of the wars he was fighting costed him his presidency. Raila pointed out the issue of Eurobond, but it is Mzalendo's president and Nyagaka's president who said Raila anasumbuana. In fact, the likes of Moses Kuria bought pangas for Kikuyu youth, and he said clearly on cameras that hizo panga wajanunuliwa kufanya kazi bure, but at one point he was saying that anaweza kata laws, which I think was very wrong. So in this country, when Raila speaks of bad things against government, he's being seen as a demon. When Raila joined hands with the oppressors, bado anaonekana tu kama msaliti. So I wonder, it's very difficult to be Raila. But again, your question, Pia,
I think, Edgar, let us tackle what you brought in, because now you are bringing a catalog of things that I think will make us stay here until tomorrow. Now, the whole question is this. In the first year, just hold on. In the first 2 years of Ruto administration, and I call it Ruto because by then, Ruto was more powerful than Uhuru. The first time, you agree or not, Ruto was the president of the Republic of Kenya. Now, in those years, Raila kept unveiling some of the biggest corruptions we ever had in that country. And from the Mercury things, they started a long time ago. From this issue Kabogo na nani walikuwa wanafanya hizi za kuleta substandard goods, issue ya KCC, issue ya mbolea, the laptop issues, the African savannah which was supposed to be built, the SGR. I'm telling you, it was a catalog of corruption things. Where we fail now to understand is when he joined the government, not really joined the government, when he supported Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. What changes were really made to the end so as to prevent those issues? Why didn't he even advise him so that the judges should be put into place so that we could prosecute that corruption? Why did we even refuse to appoint judges when it was the right time and we have a big backlog? Why do we see all these issues until today? Yet, he said he's supporting. And yet we agreed he should support. What changes did we see so far? Because if changes were to be made, then I do believe that Raila should be one person who should have totally refused to invite corrupt individuals to his side. But what did we see? When a commission was formed, when we knew the Senate very well, for the first time, will impeach somebody who was culpable of corruption, tulitetea Waiguru to the core, and the person alimtetea is today Malala, who I don't support, but the people who put him in place to do that work, Papa was part of the people. So when we talk about corruption, let us not play corruption with politics, because if we continue that trajectory, we will never be able to fight corruption with totality, because it will become a political tool and it will only become what? A campaign tool. But if we are honest enough to refuse in principle that, look, Mzee, go sanitize yourself. We've been told several times that when you went to Kibaki and told him that, oh, iki tuiko, Kibaki will tell you, if you are not guilty, why are you afraid? And if you are not guilty, just step aside, deal with it, and handle it. But we are seeing double-sided people here when it comes now to corruption. The very people today, like Haji, who we are criticizing, was our darling. Mutua was our darling. The King was our darling. And I can give you, and I can go on, and at some point, these people are in Azimio. And we are failing to tackle corruption because we are failing to handle it in principle. We are handling it in affiliation, the same way you have told us that in politics. Now, you can criticize the other side and you can defend your side. But as long as you do that, not on principle, then you cannot be able fully to condone the other side, because you have blood also on your side, or you have a dirt on your side. And therefore, this issue of corruption should be dealt with a lot of delicacy. Why? Because you cannot want Waluke, who has an active case, to become the leader of your people in the house. But when he's refused, then you start saying, after all, you are a corrupt person. You can, somebody like Waiguru, she cannot be in your side to the last minute. Now, when she goes to the other side, then you turn around and say, after all, you are a corrupt person. So this is where I think my problem is with Azimio, that we fail to tackle corruption, but when they go on the other side, then we feel that they owe us something maybe they did not give us. Can you be able to tackle that without being affiliated to politics?
Well, I think you said it all. You said it all, and that is our main undoing as a nation. We don't tackle issues based on principles, but based on affiliation, on which side we support. And until that is changed, then we shall just remain the same people who make noise, but nothing is happening. On that, I agree with you. I agree with you fully.
Okay, since Edgar seems to agree that Raila has been complicit, that is what.
Not only Raila, Mzalendo, not only Raila.
No, mostly, that's why we are here. We don't want a situation whereby you seem not to look at the issues in reality, or we seem to support our tribe, forgetting that we have a country that we need good governance, we need prosperity. So that has been the biggest problem in our politics. Our politics is very, very tribal, very, very tribal. When you are told you need to look at how ODM or the ODM leader lost the Western support, is because he's not been consistent. When he came into Uhuru's government, and we saw all those Moja in Capitol Hill, that was the end of it. That was the exit point for people who were supporting him politically, both for foreigners and even people who were close to him, thinking that, yes, this is the man who can fight corruption. But no, the people who are implicated in the KEMSA scandal are from both sides, both in ODM and both in Jubilee. Now again, you glorify or you support Uhuru's policy in his first 5 years. In his first 5 years, his deputy was William Ruto. You forget that, yeah. When you talk about Ruto is corrupt, then in your sentence say Uhuru and Ruto were the most corrupt leaders in their term in office. Don't forget to say that. Yeah. So these guys worked together, they were elected together, and they had a manifesto to implement. Now, people keep on asking this question, what has Ruto done? Ruto has done exactly what Uhuru did in his first term in office when they were working together. And he is continuing with the projects that Uhuru did because that is what they stood for. The only thing that is changing is a bit, here and there, and appointing people that he thinks can deliver for him. If you have a country to run, then you look at people you think that can deliver for you. So we will judge him in his second year. His first year, we have already started asking questions, but in his first term, then we will be having a more important issue to pin him down. But right now, the guy barely has a budget to run the country on. He has barely implemented his manifestos, apart from appointing those judges and a few things that he has done with his presidential powers. So wait and see what is going to happen in this government. I think he has got a good youth agenda by injecting money to SMEs and people who want to grow. That is the most important thing. But right now, the cost of living is very, very high because there's no money circulating in the economy. If there was money circulating in the economy, then people would not feel the pinch. Watu hawana pesa. That is why people are making noise. But the loudest people making noise in Kenya today are the millionaires. Those people who earn more than 500,000. They are the loudest, and they're the influencers. They're the people who can influence the thoughts of the people who are down here. So they're the ones who are influencing the thought. And look at Ruto's taxes. Ruto taxes does not really affect the hustler. Ruto's taxes are affecting the capitalists, those people who run the country. And Ruto's taxes are actually inviting investors to come to the country. And Ruto's taxes are also safeguarding our resources by increasing which tax is this? The importation tax, the exportation tax for some of the raw materials that are coming into the country, out of the country. So the exportation tax is very, very high so that we don't have anything raw material leaving our country to the Western nations. So look into this bill critically and look at how it's going to help our economy. Otherwise, thank you, man.
Let me come in also for a minute. I want to thank you, Mr. Musarendo. I think Alex is now baptized, and I want to appreciate him so much because we have been in the loggerheads in the future, in the past. I can see him now reasoning like a Kenyan and saying things the way they are, because this is where we were having some complications between me and him. Thank you, Mr. Alex. Thank you for saying it as it is, because last time I wanted to join, but I was unable to join, actually. Alex, as soon as we start fighting corruption the way it is, as soon as we start calling the spade a spade, not a spoon, or a spoon, then we can get it right. In Kenya, as we are today, we are not fighting corruption the way it should be fought. We fight corruption as in who we know, who knows who. How can we protect ours? At the end of the day, the country is drowning. So I'm so happy that if all of us can start thinking and reasoning the way Alex is looking at it, across board, not on the other side of the Azimio or on the other side of Kenya Kwanza, because I'm at Kenya Kwanza, even if I'm corrupt, I'm safeguarded. No. I want to think if we start looking at things that way, we will go far, and it will not even the funds that we are intending to raise, as in housing levy, taxes, if they are safeguarded, because Raila has always said that there is a lot of money in Kenya, there is a lot of funds, but the problem is the loopholes, is where how they are spent, is corruption. So if we can deal with this issue of corruption in totality, and then come up with whatever small amount of money we have, they are spent the correct way, I am very sure we can see development. So I will only encourage that let us keep that track, Mr. Alex and Muzarendo, and let us give this government a chance. Like I said before I was drawn out, I said if we had 6 million people who voted for Azimio, 5.8 something voted for Azimio, and 6 voted for Kenya Kwanza. If we keep on inciting our 5.9 and putting them in a space whereby they cannot see any development, they cannot support the government of the day. I am telling you, we'll never see any development, because we'll be having rankles after another one. But if we give ourselves time, support the government, and look at the fact that elections are over, we must move on. We must create employment. Kenya is for all of us. Then we can win. So that's what I can say for now. Let us try to give them a chance. They are there, and there's nothing we can do to change. There's no end game on this. The only thing is that to try, and even if we criticize them, let us criticize them progressively. Let us see where they're going wrong. Right now, if I try to look at a certain list of appointments, yes, of course, it doesn't look very, very good as in the face of the country. But the fact is, you appoint people whom you think who supported you. That is why the president was when he was a deputy president, asked there at Bomas, this issue of the winner take it all, is it solved? And I saw people raising very high voices and saying, yes, that's how it is, because at that time the shoe was on the other foot. Now today is on another foot now. When it's on another feet now, it becomes so painful. And we can cry as loud as we can, because when we look at the facts, it's not okay to appoint from one, like the majority from one tribe. These things are the ones which we should speak them out, in as much as we support Kenya Kwanza, or we support Azimio. As soon as things are not done correctly, let us come out and speak them. But if we say no to everything, right now the bill that is in Parliament, that bill is supposed to be voted one by one, not just the bill as a whole. So when the MPs comes out here and start making noise about the bill, which is with them, which they should fight in Parliament, amend whatever they think they should amend, and then come up with what they think is fine for us. They keep on telling us, oh, we have to reject it in totality. How do you reject the bill that is there? Amend what you think is bad. Leave what you think is good for Kenyans. That is why they are being paid. That's why they're earning their salaries. So let us not be carried away by stories or rhetorics which cannot develop our country. Thank you.
Yeah, let me say something. Hello. Unasikia?
Yeah, tunakusikia.
Okay. Yangu ni kusema kwamba Alex, it's very good to see you on this side. Najua ile radio tulikuwa tuishafungiwa wengine because of speaking exactly like you're saying. Exactly. Let us look on both sides. Let us look at what's going on and make common sense out of it. Lakini Kenya yesterday ni ya kukwambia like you have to follow what is there, and that's it. Sio hivyo. Alex, you are more than welcome to come over here and really question the Ruto government. Ruto, we are not followers like Raila Odinga. Most of them are followers. We are supporters. We support what he's thinking is right, and what is wrong, we tell him, no, Arab Mashamba, you're wrong there. So let us be very clear and open. Alex, you are more than welcome. Wale wanakataa not to vote for these guys, you can see their point. Because the rule, the law, even if some of us support it fully, that tax raise, you don't question it until, or you don't set the laws and policies that govern it until it has passed as it is. Then, so in that graph, when you see somebody saying, no, we have to know what's going on, sympathize with that person. But personally, Peter, let us really raise the point there, Kwamba, who gets this house? What if somebody's about to retire? How long does it take before their son or mother or daughter or wife take the money, or the husband? So let us fine-tune it as we go. It will pass. This is not any question. It will pass, like Alex and Sam. Let us fine-tune it to where it goes. How much does it cost? Kuna vitu nyingi sana. Vile watu wengine wanauliza swali. This is very, very true. There are so many of them that they are not answered, but they will tell you that we pass the law, we pass this, and then we'll find out what to do. So hiyo ndio nitakwambia tu M&M. Na unazungumza mzuri. Na Alex, ile show ingine kulikuwa mheshimiwa mmoja alikuwa anaitwa Kikwete. He still owes me $1,000. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa na mpeti. Nilijua huyu Ruto atashinda mkiangalia. Lakini Alex wakanisikia baya, lakini Moigwa, they respect me. So it is what it is.
Alex,
and we can be wrong. I can be wrong for that matter.
Alex, swali moja tu kidogo tafadhali, niruhusu tu Alex, na sio kwa ubaya. Wapi ndugu yangu anaitwa Ben? Alienda wapi? Ben, the one who was a moderator.
Bernard.
Sorry?
Bernard. Yeah, Bernard.
Oh.
Bernard, yes.
Yeah, I had to switch my gadget because Moja, I don't know why it's not working.
No, it doesn't come here. This is not the India checks. Ile Bernard is showing in it.
We have two channels. Bernard has something called Sound Candy Talk, but Mutendo is still there.
Yeah.
But nimekuona kwa Sound Candy Talk, Mr. ENM.
No, I've never been there since the elections. I was kicked out before the election, so there is a day you came in. There is a day you came in, actually. I was moderating there. There is a day you came in. Probably you didn't know it was Sound Candid.
Yeah. Alex,
or the one for the other day when you could not add me.
The same person.
Yes. It wasn't me who kicked you out. You know who kicked you out.
No,
but
my friend.
You were in that show.
Yeah.
Which one?
He says the same things. He talks the same way. He doesn't change.
You are in Sound Candy Talk. I remember you came in there. Probably you didn't know, but Bernard was there. Probably Bernard had gone out because it was only 4 hours. So, and the rest of us used to continue. So
yeah, maybe I didn't know whether it's the one. Maybe
so
I was not aware.
Twice. You came there twice, I remember.
Okay.
All right. He didn't like what you were saying, and you're saying the same thing.
So what I was saying too is, I'm not sure of the list that I saw of ambassadors. I was quite disappointed. Even if he's rewarding people who have supported you, when it comes to expatriates and jobs for ambassadorial, I mean, you have to go with character, because not only character, professionalism, not only professionalism, management. It's beyond a job, because you are the face of our country. You are really the face of this country. So for me to see Sonko, Waititu, Kabogo.
Sonko to where?
Sonko was Djibouti, I'm aware. Something of the sort. I mean, it was a big disappointment. Go see the list of ambassadors.
Alex, please stop discussing propaganda. Stop
No,
discussing
I said
propaganda.
this. Mister, I said this.
Stop discussing propaganda.
I said this. I don't know if the list I saw. That's what I said. Read somebody's preamble. Now, then you correct me.
Those are the Azimio propaganda.
So
let me tell you,
that's how I
Mr.
started.
Alex.
That's how I started, right? I don't know because I haven't seen it in the newspaper, but somehow it has circulated everywhere, and somehow people are believing that is it. So if you are sure that is not the list, then you can tell us. But if it's the list,
that is an Azimio propaganda, and that is why they started with Silas Jakakimba on the top of the list. So it is
yeah,
an
I
Azimio
saw that UNESCO, something like that. UNESCO Amaninini, something of the sort.
No.
So
Jakakimba has taken Raila's position in AU. So that is the whole idea.
So I'm glad you have corrected me on that. I hope it's not true, and I hope it doesn't come true. And we will advise Ruto, though we are not his advisors, we will advise him when it comes to representing a country. Choose people with a mind that can sell this country to the best of the best. Over the years, we have made few mistakes, especially in Washington, D.C., but I think they've tried to correct over the years. There are some areas that we have seen traditionally. If you're an ambassador to UK, you must be a Kikuyu, and it's almost like a tradition now that if you are an ambassador to USA, you must be a Luo. I think we need to break that seal and make sure that we choose people who can brand and sell that country in a better way. Because I have seen
Alex, watch a propaganda. You must watch a propaganda. Who said, I mean, how many Luos have been ambassadors to the US? How many?
Muzalendo, let me answer that. Muzalendo, let me answer that one. Ile Alex amemalizia ndio mbaya. Ilikuwa mjaluo wengine 2002. Alikuwa kama ni roho ya Raila, alikuwa na msichana ya dada ya Raila or somebody. That guy was even imekuwa president ya Kenya leo, yeye ndiye akakuja America. As a tradition, huyu ako ni mjaluo. So there was another time Gokizi walikuwa wanapigana na Wakalenjin, alikuwa mjaluo. It has been there, Mzalendo. Let us not kick it out. It is true. But this guy on 2002
Nyagaka Gidai alikuwa ambassador wa wapi? Gidai?
Yeah.
No. But that was a proxy. That was by mistake.
No. Hiyo ni mingi. Wameweka hata Mugizi amekuwa hapo. There are so many of them. But the majority wamekuwa Wajaluo. Na huyu ya 2002
I said it has been almost a tradition.
Mtu akipata wakati mbaya, yeye will call you. If you are calling the embassy, you call you directly. Huyu ndio mtu tulikuwa tunaona ni mtu aziri, lakini alikuwa Mjaluo. There's nothing wrong with that. Angekuwa Wakizi wangekuwa wengi, but Wakizi siku moja nyingine na msunguze juu yetu all you want.
Ndugu zangu, we have had the show for almost 5 hours.
Naona tu, I mean, ile kitu mzuri ni service delivery. Kama mtu can perform, no matter the tribe, but can perform. Now you've seen Nyagaka appreciating that Luo did a good job, better than the one who is there.
The guy who is there now, he doesn't know anything.
Mzalendo, we have no problem, and that's why I say let's try to put professionalism in front of everything. If you heard me correctly, that is what I said. But I also said let us also break the seal that it shouldn't be viewed as it's almost a tradition. Let us be sensitive enough that we can nurture diplomats from other areas. That will be a good thing too. That was what I was saying. If I can advise the president, let us try something new. Because as you said, and there is one thing that I always agree with you, Ruto is a transitional president, okay? And he has broken the seal by also infusing the youth into the government, which was going to be very difficult to do that. Because if you look at what could have happened, we will have continued kuwa na wazee katika serikali. So there is intergenerational shift, okay? But also I'm saying in terms of diplomats, we need a mosaic and start mentoring to other tribes so that they can, because I think we have enough diplomats among some communities. So we must start now nurturing other communities as diplomats. So because they also there is need for that in any community or society. It does a lot of help. For instance, our Gusi community has diplomats, which is very good. So we need to see more like the Kuria people had one Machage before he died, and that was a good thing. And when we do that, people also in one way or the other, there's that conscious notion of exposure that also comes with it. There's a way that diplomats speak a little bit better than a politician when it comes to some issues in terms of negotiation or in terms of human capacity development. That's my view. So, but I said, if that is what is true, that people like Sonko Waititu and what I saw are going to be our diplomats, that's an international failure already. Yes, Mr. Land.
I think you are very right. You are on point, and the list that you have been seeing, I think initially when it was floated out, it didn't look like a government document, but the second one that has been going around looks more so a government document. But I think what people are projecting is that there's an appointment coming. So that's already a projection that the appointment's coming. Probably it will be on Monday, but the people floated there, some of them will get positions. How do we change the narrative? So that is the reason why some of these things come out before they're actually implemented. So for me, I don't want to speculate, but I know in politics, it's about rewarding loyalty. It is not sometimes about service delivery. Sometimes our politics is about rewarding loyalty. We have not reached a point where we demand good services from the appointments, but it is rather a reward to people who supported you. It has been happening in our political scene for a long time. We are unlike Europe, where they are looking at the records of whoever is going to be appointed in any public office or docket. So we are heading there. We are heading there, Alex. Although it is a very steep hill to climb, but we are heading there slowly. For now, I think Ruto will definitely reward the people you have mentioned, because some of them put in their money, some of them put in their time, some of them, supported, put in their life for the president. So they have to be rewarded. That is what happens in all democracies. Even here in the US where we are, there are people, remember when they couldn't elect the leader of majority in Congress, and they had to go to the stakeholders who normally sponsor them into office. And the stakeholders gave them what we want. This is what we want. And this is what we want passed in that Congress, so that we can give you our support. It's a give and take. So these are political appointments, and those are rewards. We don't expect much of a service delivery in the appointments that are going to come in the next phase of Ruto's appointees.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it should be so, but also let's be sensitive on selling our country better. We are going through a very hard phase in terms of transition from, the traditional leaders that we had to a new leader who's trying to establish a so-called new money versus old money. And, also trying to destabilize old money is not an easy thing. And you can Google what new money and old money means. I mean, it is not something very easy to discard. Even in Washington, D.C., they will tell you when Obama came in, it was a steep walk to a point that at one point, Obama had to threaten Swiss bank and the offshore banks like Barclays because the Republicans hoarded their money over there, and this country went through a big phase whereby we had difficult of getting currencies, and that fight between old and new money ended up by a negotiation whereby Obama had now to, sacrifice one or two, three things. Our country, I think, needs better and more because if you look, we are no longer an underdeveloped country. We are a developing country. And if you stay on the lower level of a developing country way too long, you're going to suffer than being underdeveloped because when you are underdeveloped, then issues like or institutions like Red Cross, ABCD can come and help you in times of need. But now, when you are developing country, there is not a lot you can get. You have to bail yourself out, and you have to pay more. It's sort of you're constantly in austerity motion, and that is why we need to have people in place where if it is strategic alignment that we need, who can help our country to achieve more especially in terms of negotiation of markets. Kenya does not have delinquencies of either goods or human capacity development. What we lack basically is market for our goods and services. And we need ambassadors, because an ambassador basically is a president who has his cabinet, because anybody who doesn't understand how the embassies work, you have an education attaché, a military attaché, commerce attaché. These are like your what? These are like your ministers and cabinets. So when you find someone like Sonko becoming an ambassador, I can almost tell you that how he governed Nairobi or how Waititu governed Kiambu will just replicate how he's going to negotiate with other countries. I think more pork will go into himself than to the country. So I will urge the president, because I know this is the next phase of ambassadors, and that is why you said people are preempting upon it. And I hope those three individuals plus Ngirishi they rather be given some other jobs, but not ambassadorial jobs. Honestly, I mean, that will be diplomatic embarrassment according to my own view. So Black ameingia hapa, mzee unaingia too late. I want kufunga show because I have visitors. We have clicked 5 hours. Jex is not there. He was experiencing some network problem. So I'm the person who is a moderator. I don't think I will stay further because I have things also to do. Kuna matanga I need to go.
So, hamna shida. I'll just be brief. Thanks again. Nice to see all of you here. And I've been listening to what you've been saying, or rather debating, and I agree to everything because it was a very productive talk. And on the issue of increasing trade, because like you say, what we need is a market. And on that issue, I think we have seen the president lately trying to expand the free trade zone with our African neighbors as much as he can, because as you've seen recently, he negotiated successfully with the South African government, whereby we can now travel to South Africa without visa. The same thing recent as yesterday, he had the same agreement with the government of Djibouti, whereby we can now have free movement between the two nations. Kenyans would go to Djibouti without visas, and the same applies for Djiboutians coming to Kenya. Now, having this kind of agreements will really boost our trade volumes when it comes to our exports. So these are great moves done by our president, because even if you look at the our exports volumes from January to around March, April, our volumes had increased tremendously to around 96 billion, up from around 68, 70 billion. So you see, that is an increase of around 20 plus billion, and that's a great move. So I'm imagining now, with more borders being opened for us in regards to movements, we should be expecting more exports for our products, and that means extra revenue for our nation. So on that, I agree with you, Alex. We need to increase our market, or rather expand our market, and the president is doing a great job on that. Now, on the issue of the ambassadorial jobs, I think we shouldn't preempt that. I don't know, because last time I saw anything to do with Sonko in regards to state jobs, I think he was barred from that from the Supreme Court. That's the reason why he did not vie for the governor seat. So I don't know, with that ruling, if he'll be eligible to be an ambassador in the first place. So I'm a little bit skeptical on that. I mean, having him as a ambassador, with that court order already being well pronounced by the Supreme Court, that he cannot hold any state job, right? Now, on another thing, I was looking at a report by the National Bureau of Economic Research, whereby in 2016 there was an amnesty, 3-year amnesty, that was given to Kenyans holding offshore accounts, and it is believed that more than 5 trillion is held by Kenyans abroad, right? Now, this amnesty, what it did, it did a lot of good for us Kenyans as a nation, because what happened is more than 16,000 applicants applied for this, and more than 1 trillion Kenya shillings was repatriated back home. Now, I think that perhaps it has reached a time that whereby perhaps our government, this government, can come up with the same plan in order to try and get as much money as possible that is out here back home, because kuna watu wengi ambao wameficha pesa zao, and maybe they're afraid kupeleka pesa, you'll be asked what was the source of this money and all that. Now, since we really need this money at this point of time, I think perhaps we should look at this issue, maybe try offer an amnesty again, so that we can get this money back home to get into use, into try and rebuilding our nation and our economy for that matter. So I don't want to speak much and stretch the whole story, because you said you want to close, and so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, Shukrani sana. I think, as you said, that will have been a very good debate, especially the last point of amnesty, which I think would be a good idea, because when the whole issue of demand and supply, people think it's only on good. I mean, even our forex exchange is based on the demand and supply of our currency, on how even we palette on an international world, our shilling versus dollar, shilling versus who is the biggest trader, and how we come again to a point we see how the forex works. It's part of how much money has been hoarded out of the country versus the money that's coming in, and the revenue that direct foreign investment, which sometimes we think is good, which has its dark side, because The thing about direct foreign investment is, Black, you get more direct foreign investment than your own local circulation. The profits they get, they have a right to ship it out of the country because, after all, they are foreign investments. So
Correct.
if we can bring our own money from outside to it, we will not have an influx of money going out, and therefore we are able to budget, to balance. You know, two things are critical in any government: to balance the budget, which is the trade, and also to balance the import and exports. And part of the import and exports, you don't use real goods sometimes, and most of the time it is the dollar value of the goods that have been exported and the goods that have been imported. And therefore, that is why even as using the dollar has become almost difficult. And hence, even other countries like the BRICS countries are seeing that demand and supply of dollar is hurting them beyond, in terms of how the IMF and World Bank has put things. So it's a good discussion that you're bringing, which actually is not being discussed within the circles of our country, because we may think it's only about goods and services, but how much money has been kept out there, out of offshore, bank accounts. If we were to bring all of it back by giving amnesty to taxes, 1 or 2, 3, ABCD, I think we will not even be able kuchukua misaada kutoka huko nje. I mean, we will be self-sufficient. We'll be very self-sufficient. That's a debate we need to have. Yes.
Yes, of course. And that's something that I thought about, and I had to go sit and read more on that, research more on that, and I got to find out that this would be a great move, just like you've just explained. So I don't need to repeat what you've just said, because it will be more like money coming in, and it will be invested in the nation, whereby the profit will still be there, right? And that would be great. Then on the issue of our laws in regards to offshore accounts, it's very unfortunate. Just some time back, I think just maybe 2 years ago, we had more than 400 public officers having offshore accounts. Initially, we had a law that was against this, but it was amended to be to become such that for one to own an offshore account, he had to get a clearance from the EACC. Now you see, now this soften things up. So now more people could bypass EACC and go open the offshore accounts, but that's water under the bridge. Like just said, and we've just concurred, maybe perhaps we should have this discussion as a country, is to try and see if maybe we can offer amnesty to persons owning offshore accounts to bring their money back in without having to explain the sources of their fund. If that will be enough an incentive, it will be great for us to have access to more than this 5 trillion that is out there. Because if this money gets into the nation, then we are sorted. We don't need the loans, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. We don't need them. In fact, for the next 10 years, with the revenue we will make on that, I think we will be able to balance our trade easily.
Ngoja niwaambie kitu.
Yeah.
Yangu ni kusema kwamba huyu mtoto yangu na Alex mnasema yote ni mzuri. My young son is emphasizing black, is emphasizing money that is kept outside to be brought in as an amnesty. And Alex is saying the BRICS, in as far as your organization could be, they have realized that. So, Alex, the BRICS, they can hit any disaster and they will be done any minute. That's why you have seen Ruto. He has made the financial, even with the dollar, the shilling, the Kenyan shilling, which you can control one way or the other. So the BRICS, ile ni mzuri, naanza mupia. Ile Eurobond, where is it now? I hear it is even cheaper than a dollar.
I think you don't understand what I was saying. I think it was in reference that the BRICS are trying to solve a problem because of the demand and supply of the dollar. So should we also sit down and start having that talk? Because where we are in terms of importation of oil is because so much money has been taken out than the money coming in, and how the forex works is about demand and the supply. Our demand for the dollar is higher than it can be supplied because we have hoarded more money outside in dollar accounts. Because people don't take money outside in shilling account. You have to remember that. Black, do you know that? You cannot go in Britain and keep money in Kenya shillings. No, you have to convert it to dollar account. And thereafter, in that dollar account, we have also to have a statement through our, there are institutions that allow you to do that. And they are called black institutions, something like that. So those black institutions that allow you to do that report to the IMF and the World Bank. So when the indexes come, it shows exactly how much money we have by dollar account outside the country. For instance, Black has given a figure of 5 trillion Kenya shillings. If you convert that, for every 1 trillion, it's about like 10 billion or something close to 15 billion. So 15 billion times 5, not 15 billion, yes, something of the sort. So if because the rate is almost 140 in the black market, almost 150. So at least for every 15 billion US dollars that has been taken out of the country, times 5, so we are almost 100 billion that we know, reported one. So we don't know the unreported one. So, and then again, which there's the other monies that has been hurting Kenya that people do not know, and we have refused to have a debate about that. The piracy money, which unapata that a lot of money was in Kenya, it's not in the budget. We don't know how it got there. We don't know what to do with it. We don't know who brought it, and that is piracy money.
Alex, you are the one who said about old money and the old money, and you give all the thesis. That money is part of the old money. And how do you find it?
That's why I say Ruto.
You have corrected me right. If we can encourage Ruto to change all these deals that they have made in dollars to be in our money, the people who have stolen money from Kenya will easily direct that money to Kenya instead of who can take that money, Italy or Yugoslavia or Panama. They will not know what the shilling is to do with it. So let us encourage the president to do more of that to achieve exactly what you're saying without forcing those who have the accounts outside to bring the money back home. And that will be better. You too.
You know,
but
even as it is right now.
Old money.
You know, even as it is right now. You know, even as it is right now with the Russian-Ukraine war, the Europe market is imekuwa mbaya sana sahi, right? And it has threatened most of our, or rather scared most of our Kenyans that are holding this money offshore. Some of them have repatriated a lot of money just in the few months, you know. No maana umeona pia tume manage to survive in one or another. That is part of the reason why we are also staying afloat.
So it's a blessing in disguise, in one way or the other.
Yes. And the more this war escalates, a lot of people are gonna be that they were investing and banking on these bonds, euro bonds, and all this like mjomba yangu hapo pena amesema, they are repatriating their money back home because even the European market right now is not so stable because of the Russian-Ukraine war. So in actual sense, it is also a blessing in disguise.
And thank you so much, Black, for bringing that. I wish we had more specialized and active economists who can give us figures that we can work with, because some of these figures are quite interesting. They tell us where we are, and when we argue with the government, we don't argue on a political front. We argue on a point of information. That is where people come now into realization that, you know, figures don't lie, facts don't lie, principles don't lie, theorems don't lie. You can lie politically, but you know the impact on our lives will not go away. So that debate should be infused so as people, more especially if we had done it for a long time, the issue of the finance bill could have been easy. You see, I'm one person who still keeps saying, well, yes, we have a problem right now, but we will postpone the problem again, because in the end, the issue of like VAT, we postponed it with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So do we want to postpone it again, or do we want to go back to heavy subsidies? How long are we going to be subsidized? Some things are going to be heavily subsidized. I mean, that's the question. How long are we going to take the path of USA, whereby we are just going to create a group or a society that is called the lower class completely, and just say that this must be supported the rest of their lives? We need to have that debate. But otherwise, Black, let me leave you for today. Let us watch out to pick a query. Let's give our final remarks, and then
okay, so
let's give
it's
our
okay.
final remarks.
It's okay. I won't say much. I will just leave that topic to be pending for next time we have this seat, or rather this sitting. And maybe it's about time that we need to start talking about the offshore accounts. How best can we have a win-win situation whereby our government can put an incentive through this amnesty for the money to come in without anyone being charged or ask any questions about their sources of money? I know it will seem like laundering or encouraging laundering, but at times, desperate times call for desperate measures. We want to try and keep our nation alive economically, right? Having this amnesty will be a great move for a start. Maybe it's about time that we start this discussion. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Asante sana, Jomba Penny. Nice to see you, and Alex.
Yeah, Mzee Penny, it's you can give us your finishing remarks.
Asante sana kijana yangu Alex na kijana yangu Black. Kijana yangu Alex, we are no more we are we. But on a serious note, is that we have to take our country seriously. Nikujua kwamba vile Alex ulikuwa nasema the old money and the new money is very, very difficult. Especially the money iko bank ya offshore. Vile kijana Alex, I mean Black anasema, yeah, we can go for it. But all these people that are around Ruto have the money, the same money somewhere. So we can scale it down. Personally, I would say scale it down to where we can get more of the new money. More. If we go fighting the old money, we go spend a lot to fight the old money. Yeah, Kenyatta's and all these persons. We'll spend more. You tuned on our and be Alex, let us make more new money. You know, if personally Alex, we nataka kwanza factory ya kwanza ya fertilizer huku KC. We can make money like that. Kufuata hii money ya hii wazee. Hey, vile umesema Alex, some of us live in Texas and you know we live here with your dad. The people that have old money still have it. You can never take it away. They have the gas today, more they have the apartments. The next day they have high rises. That's old money. Hiyo ndio vitu vya vijana yangu. Asante sana.
Shukrani sana. We want to thank moderator Jex for always being there. We want to shukuru those people who are with us, Cornerstone Else, Gitash always, and I mean, there were many people I can't see. I don't have my glasses with me, but we want to thank them a lot. Keep being with us, keep supporting this channel, because this is the place whereby even politicians have time to come and see what are Kenyans of goodwill, what are Kenyans who have cathedral mindset are saying. For instance, there are a few things that we have said before and we have seen them creep into parliament or in a political scene. So I hope this issue of offshore and, an amnesty can be brought one day without people paying the consequences of it. I think we will be able to redeem our economy. Thank you. Until tomorrow, from Alex and the Mutembei family, good night and good morning to everybody.